This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Oh, it's echoing? Hold on. Why does it do that? Stupid. Look how bright it is on my head. I've got like a... Hold on, I gotta fix this. Oh boy, all kinds of stuff going on. Boom! Oh, there we go. It looked fuzzy. Okay, there we go. What's going on? Yep, and thank you to Cindy and Matt Evans. Appreciate it. Sorry that I had to remove the other video. Too many trolls out there. I know who sent them over. I got all the screenshots. You know, had to get rid of the show though. All right. Awesome. So tonight we're going to talk about between 1934 and 1938, there was some kind of a serial killer person that was living in the Cleveland area, Cleveland, Ohio. And they never actually caught the real killer. It's pretty bizarre. There's a lot of photos that I don't know if I could actually show. I mean, one of them's literally, the guy's missing a head on the ground, and it's a pretty clear picture. So, I don't know. I know who it is. I don't even want to mention names. So don't ask questions about it. I'm not really. I'm going to do my shows, and if they want to keep doing their bullshit, they can. All I ask is if you're another YouTuber out there, when you make videos, don't put out wild speculation that's going to hurt family members and other people. Put out stuff that's actually real, not your bullshit. If you want to do your stupid conversation somewhere in a private, secret little room and have your dumb little conversations, go ahead and do it. But do not put videos out on YouTube that are shareable with absolute garbage like a lot of you do, okay? Because nobody's typing Christian. I'm just gonna have to. Are you for real, Christian? You just keep saying the same thing over and over again. It's moving slow because people aren't typing. Okay? If nobody types, it doesn't move. All right. So anyways, I'm going to do a couple of these updates really quick. And we'll see after that. Then I'm going to move into the case. I'm going to do about half of it. We'll probably have a part 2, maybe a 3, going over, you know, more of the investigation part of it. Right. Okay, so here we go. We're going to go ahead and yeah, get ready. All right, so here we go. This is something that's just came out today. Detectives use women's DNA to crack 1997 cold case of a dead infant found in a Seattle gas station restroom. It's a Shell gas station. And here, let's go to that. It's right there. I think it's exactly the same as it was. So she's just entering in those 2 doors right there. Hold on, I gotta close out about 1,000 windows here. Now, because I explained why it was moving slow, it's not okay to ask. After I explained 47 times that it's moving slow because people aren't typing. There's no glitch going on. All right, so here we go. Seattle. Police arrest a woman more than 23 years after her newborn son was found dead inside a Seattle gas station restroom. The newborn was found inside a trash can in I guess it was a Chevron back then, on November 20th, 1997, according to the Seattle Police Department on Wednesday. The gas station located at 8721 Lake City Way Northeast is now a Shell gas station. That's the one we were just looking at. Investigators said gas station staff found the child inside a trash bin and called police. Detectives were not sure if the child was born alive, but the King County medical examiner later determined that the child had been born alive. SPD detectives then began investigating the case as a homicide. Gas station surveillance footage shows the woman entering the store on November 20th. Investigators obtained DNA evidence. This is back in 1997. DNA evidence at the scene and worked with the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab database to find a match. Police throughout the years received leads but were unable to identify the woman. In 2018, detectives began reinvestigating the woman possibly involved in the death of the infant after obtaining information from a public genealogy website. Detectives found a possible DNA match that also fit the description of the woman from 1997, so that meant they must have used Parabon to be able to say that. Investigators are phenotyping, right? Investigators conducted an undercover operation to obtain the woman's DNA that later matched the sample from the crime lab database. On March 11, 2021, investigators interviewed the 50-year-old woman and arrested her. She was booked into the King County Jail for investigation of homicide. She has not yet been formally charged. And so let's see what they got here.
Breaking tonight, a woman is in jail for the death of her newborn son more than 20 years ago. The baby was found in a restroom trash can at this Lake City gas station in 1997. Police were not able to identify the woman at the time, but were able to get DNA evidence from the scene. Investigators took another look at the cold case in 2018 and with the help of a public genealogy site, zeroed in on a suspect. Investigators got more DNA from the woman through an undercover operation, and it was a match. Pretty incredible developments there. Officers arrested her and...
That's just sick. Oh, that's alive. Okay. All right. And there's a better picture. You can actually see her face in this one. I'm not even sure why they blurred that out. It's kind of dumb. But she's going in there, obviously, maybe with a baby in her hand at the time. And she's 50 years old. And this was on November 20th, 1997. Staff at a gas station in the 9700 block of Lake City Way Northeast called police to report that they found a dead newborn baby in the gas station restroom. So did she give birth to it and then smother it and then put it in? She'll come up with some crap. Hopefully they can prove what happened. But if it died accidentally, you would just call the ambulance over, right? Thanks, Chris Cunningham. A woman was seen on camera walking into the gas station, but after several leads, police were unable to identify her. Man, it seems like that would be an easy identification. You sort of wonder if she was from quite a ways away. I mean, that looks like if you just put that on the news, somebody would be able to say. You know, it's a little bit blurry, but you can definitely see the general look of the person. It's not like it's better even than, believe it or not, than the bridge guy, you know. The Delphi suspect. Yeah. Investigators conducted an undercover operation and were able to obtain the woman's DNA, which was a match for the sample found at the crime scene. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it was her DNA, maybe still on the baby. Like it was just absolutely a newborn. Did she give birth even in the bathroom? I've heard of that happening before too. Well, yeah, that makes sense, Pasta Joe. Do you have an abacus? She's 50 now, so she would probably be, you know, something around, something around that age. That's crazy. They're gonna probably put her name out here pretty soon too. Alright, so now moving on to another story here. This is a case out of San Antonio, Texas here. Police release new surveillance pictures in missing mom and son case. The San Antonio Police Department is asking for your help in locating 20-year-old Danny Sherez and her 18-month-old son, James Avi Sherez. San Antonio police have released new pictures of, new pictures of Delaney and her son, who were last seen in a store on the 7100 block of Marbeck near West Military on January 4th, 2021. And that's going to be right over here in San Antonio. So this is the 7200 block of that street. I'm pretty sure it's probably this store right there, a Walgreens maybe. I guess we could just go over here and take a look at it. I don't know, that doesn't really look like a Walgreens.
Developing now, the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center say spring break has not.
Okay, you got those poles out the front. We can tell that by looking at that. Oh, that does look like the same deal right there. Look at that craziness. Yeah, it almost looks like they have the same posters on the wall there. See the blue at the bottom and then up there? Look at that. When the hell was this taken? Oh, this is February 2020. So about a year ago. San Antonio police have released new pictures of Delaney and her son, who were last seen in a store on the 7100 block of Marbeck near West Military on January 4th, 2021. We do strongly believe patrons of the store, clerks that were working during that time saw Delaney and James in the location, around the location. That can give us more details as to who they were with, and where they may be. Through the investigation, detectives now believe Delaney and her son James may be in danger. Delaney is 4'11", weighs about 200 pounds. Or 210 pounds. She has straight, shoulder-length brown hair and flower tattoo on her left back of her shoulder. James is 2'6" and weighs 28 pounds with shoulder-length orange hair. Police say anyone with information is asked to contact San Antonio Police Department Special Victims Unit at 210-207-4093. I mean, do they have her leaving the store too? They should show that.
Developing now, the South Texas Blood and Tissue.
Oh, it's different. All right. Well, those are the two updates I was going to go over tonight. Just kind of interesting stories. Maybe there'll be updates on those. Obviously, they caught the lady who killed her newborn child, and she'll be, hopefully she'll be properly punished. Right? Yeah. All right, everybody, we're going to switch over now to the Cleveland torso murders. Unbelievable. Hey, hold on one second. I gotta check something out. Oh, you know, I was doing my genealogy, working through it, and one of the guess what one of the last names of one of my relatives is? Bridge guy. No, I'm kidding. What do you think one of the last names is? Take a guess. And also, everybody put out some good vibes for Brianna Propp's child. That's the one that was having the really young girl that's having, has tumors and so forth. They're trying to remove. So make sure that you guys put out the positive vibes. No, no. Fitzpatrick. Hey, look, I've got a Fitzpatrick. Me and Colleen are cousins, and Susanna Macchiola Padraig, right? Yeah. It's awesome. Crazy, huh? I gotta check on something really fast. Again, sorry everybody. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, guys. Hey, but anyways, hey, we're related, Susanna. You know what's funny? I asked her if we were related, and Colleen said, what she said was, I'm not related to anybody. And then I said, aliens? Yeah. Yeah, put it on live chat. I keep saying I have relatives everywhere. Yeah. Well, they're only 50-something centimorgans. But I got to tell you guys, it's really fascinating. All these different tools that are out there. It's unbelievable. You know, you get onto the website and you kind of, you know, you do some research, find some things, and then some of the trees have already been built by other people. And then you can go to this. There's a website that was created by Mormons, who are probably the best genealogy, you know, in terms of a religion. I mean, they have everything. And you can use them. There's some software programs that you can use. So it's been pretty amazing. So. Oh, yeah? And I just read Claudia got her second coronavirus shot. That's good. All right. I'm moving over to the Cleveland area now. So I'm doing it like we've done all the other ones, out of the newspaper, okay? So the first one I'm going to do is one that some websites don't include. The first one I'm going to do is, and by the way, yes, the action that I just did is something I did on purpose, okay? All right, great. Don't say, Gray, I think you made a mistake. Nope, I did that one. All right. There's one, the first torso murder. Some sites don't have it included, but I'm guaranteed it's related because there was another body found on the same beach. Wow, 21 generations. Man, that's all the way back to like 800 or 400. I don't know how you get names at that point, but. Hey, Michelle, I just addressed that whole issue, and now you're typing. God damn it. All right. Here we go. We're going to go to the first one on September 5th, 1934. All right, here we go. I mean, there's images out there that are just, they're pretty horrendous that they actually have. So, starts right here. The discovery on the Lake Erie beach tonight of by small boys. I'm going to go over what we read last night at the end. So, it was a discovery by small boys of what they thought was a human brain gave authorities a false start on their investigation of the earlier finding of the unclothed torso of a woman. The boys and a neighborhood physician believed the object they found was a human brain, but coroner A.J. Pierce declared it was nothing more than animal fat. The Coast Guard continued to search along the shore for other parts of the dismembered body. Police asked New York authorities to send additional details on the missing Agnes Tuverson, Detroit lawyer who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. So there was somebody else that was missing, and they're trying to compare it to see if that was who it is. Okay, the torso had been treated with salt and some preservatives, leading the coroner to believe the body had been kept for some time after the slaying. I mean, how crazy is that, right? Okay, well, that was your comment was literally like 30 seconds after I said. I don't know what's going on. Why everybody's so far delayed in the chat. It's amazing. The torso had been treated with salt or some preservative, leading the coroner to believe the body had been kept for some time after the slaying, possibly in the trunk or another place of concealment. A novice at surgery. So they think the person would be a novice at surgery. Had hacked, here we go, away the torso at the waist and knees, probably with a butcher knife, before disposing of the body in the lake, coroner Pierce determined. Other parts are needed. Scant hope for identification of the victim was held by police, unless other parts of the body are recovered. The coroner concluded from his preliminary examination of the torso that the woman had been about 35 to 40 years old, weighed about 125 pounds, and had been about 5.5 feet tall. I believe the woman was killed in Cleveland, Coroner Pierce said, although it's possible that she had been slain elsewhere and the dismembered body brought here for disposal. Yeah, so it's probably pretty obvious that the killing wasn't there, because there's killing like that, you'd have blood all over the place. And here we go. And this is on the now most of the articles came from other areas. For some reason, Cleveland doesn't seem to have their newspapers in the newspapers.com. I might check somewhere else. But Cleveland, September 5th. The finding along the Lake Erie beach tonight by small boys of what they thought was a human brain gave authorities a false start. The boys, I think this might be the same article. I think we determined that last night. So, all right, now we're on to the 7th. A portion of a skeleton believed to be the ribs and part of the spine of the woman whose torso was found on the East Side beach here Wednesday was dug up today on a beach near North Perry Township Park in Lake County. The bones with a dead seagull nearby were found 2 weeks ago by Elp Hedgestuck handyman on a lake. The bones with a dead seagull nearby were found 2 weeks ago by Elp Hedgick, handyman. Oh, that's weird. So he found the bones prior, and then they connected them. But it said North Perry village deputy sheriff who observed the bones probably were those of a small animal. Hedgick buried the bones in shifting sand, but upon reading of the finding of the torso, he notified James Maloney, former Lake County sheriff, who informed Cleveland police. Detectives aided by the Hedgick began searching the beach for the place where the bones were buried last night, but a drizzling rain, darkness, and the shifting sand prevented discovery until this morning. Thank you, Jessica Schubach. And yes, all of the income on the channel help support the channel and the large donations we make at the end of the month. All right, so every night we just keep on trucking. Yeah. From his examination of the torso, the coroner expressed the belief that the woman was between 35 and 40. No clue which might lead to discovery of the victim's identity has yet been found, although police have searched records of the woman reported missing in the last 6 months and have asked New York police to provide additional details concerning Agnes Tuverson. The Tuverson woman was about the same age as described by the coroner. The only discovery which police think may be helpful in determining the identity of the victim was that she had undergone an abdominal operation. But it was a different type of operation. So that would have ruled her out right then. Now this is kind of crazy. Now, reports of stray bits of flesh and bone, floating boxes, and trunks all cast up on Lake Erie kept police on the jump today as they sought missing portions of the body of a murdered woman. 2 sections of the body, one from the waist to the knees, and the other, the upper parts of the torso, lay on a slab in the county morgue while authorities made attempts to identify the corpse. The first washed up on a beach here Wednesday. The second was found buried in shallow grave in the sand on the lakeshore near North Perry, a village east of here. So I think that's right here. So I'm actually reading about the one that they don't add sometimes. Victim number 1. There was actually, somebody had mapped out all these which matched what I had, and somehow I lost those pins that I had yesterday, so I re-found that and uploaded them in again. So it says, the nickname was the Lady of the Lake. September 5th, 1934, and it's right in this area right there. Of course, it didn't look like that back then. I mean, this is 85 years ago. All right. The first was washed up on a beach here Wednesday. The second was found buried in a shallow grave in the sand on the lakeshore near North Perry. So that's crazy. So both were probably buried, and then one of them just got washed out of the ground. The sections found thus far do not include the head, arms, or legs below the knees. The boys prowling around the scene of the original discovery found 2 more small pieces of the body today, a part of the shoulder blade and a piece of the collarbone. Detectives also were hunting a boy who a week ago reported pulling a mass of blonde hair out of the lake on his fishing trip. Police were investigating a tip from Detroit police that the body might be that of Agnes Tuverson. It was understood that Miss Tuverson had undergone an abdominal operation Let's see. Booted officers waded out into the lake at an east side beach this afternoon after a 14-year-old girl and her father reported that a ghostly hand caught fast between two rocks waved up at them from the water. No such hand was found, but by police. Other reports of flesh floating in the water also were investigated without results. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Wanny Fairy, but let me just go through the story, the case. Do you mind? Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're actually referring to. But yeah, there's shoes that float up to the shore all the time. It turns out what happens is bodies fall into lakes, whether they passed out and fell in, or they were knocked out, or they're older people walking along. Maybe they passed out, and then their shoes. At some point, their body becomes so decomposed that they become so decomposed that the body floats away, but the shoe keeps a hold of the bones of the feet, and then these shoes will float over to the shore, and then people believe it was a dismembered body when it was really just natural. Yeah. Yeah, whoever did these killings here, it seems like they wanted to preserve it. Pleasure, salt, and save. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when the Earth is gone, you're going to find, and just completely destroyed, and aliens show up here in 1,000,000 years, you'll be able to see a pair of Nike sneakers. Completely intact with shoelaces, okay? It's going to be obvious. But we just got sidetracked yet again. But that's my fault. I shouldn't have read any comments. I'm trying to learn to do that. Don't read the comments. Gray, don't read the comments. Whoa. Don't read the comments.
Whoa. Hello, Gray? Gray? Yeah, don't read the comments.
I know, I just said that. Jesus. Correct. All right, so booted officers waded out into the lake, and that's right. So then they went down corner. A.J. Pierce revealed that the portion of the body already found showed evidence of having been preserved in chemicals, and expressed the opinion that the woman had been murdered, her body kept for several months, then dismembered, and tossed into the lake in pieces. Cleveland detectives watched the lakefront today for the next clue in their investigation of the death of the woman whose torso was found on the beach here Wednesday. High waters, which washed all sorts of objects up on the beach, only complicated the investigation as police hurried from one point to another on information that other parts of the body had been discovered. Most of the discoveries turned out to be refuse from lake ships. Yeah, I mean, imagine being around in that time. You're walking on the beach. Well, of course, every single thing that floats up, you're going, oh my God, it's a body, it's a body, you know. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be like a shirt. So little possibility of identifying the body. Yeah. Possibly the final chapter in a murder mystery was written today when the remains of a woman whose dismembered torso was found on the Lake Erie shore last week was buried in Potter's Field. This is on the 11th. Even though she was found on the 6th, they just buried her pretty quick. Police were grasping helplessly for a clue which might lead to the woman's identity or the manner and place of her death. Unless the skull is found, detectives investigating the case said they can see little hope of solving the mystery. Yep. Today, you could probably do it. Let's see. Hanging from the clothesline. What's this story here? Oh wait. Fine girl's torso in fashionable Chicago suburb. So I actually found these other stories while I was doing this. It was crazy. The headless body of a girl about 22 years old was found today in a cove near Sheridan Road in Ravenna, fashionable North Shore suburb of Chicago. With its discovery, and this is just on the 21st of the same year, the same month, 10 days later. With its discovery, Highland Park Police disclosed that a girl's head had been found last August 12th in the same vicinity. They had kept the find a secret. A mushroom picker, well, there you go again, everybody, those damn mushroom hunters, Joseph Gassaro of Chicago, wandering the fields near Deer Path Park, just 100 feet west of Sheridan. The well-traveled North Shore thoroughfare, it's hard to read, came upon the badly decomposed form this morning. He hailed a passing automobile and hurried to a drugstore to report to the police. The body was clad in a brown silk dress, walking shoes. There was little to facilitate identification. So they found a head just like a month prior, month and a half. It's crazy. And so this is more on that. A new clue by which investigators hope to solve the mystery of the headless woman found near the old Ravenna Opera House on Chicago's fashionable North Shore were in the hands of police today. 4 short, coarse hairs clutched between the fingers of the left hand of the victim were taken by an investigator as proof that the woman had met death in a desperate struggle with a man. And they hope that they might be able to obtain a lead from them that will lead to a solution. So man, if they still had that, they could identify him. Because you can get DNA from hair now. The North Shore headless torso mystery was officially sealed Wednesday when a coroner's jury reported death of a person unknown from causes unknown. And the inquest to evidence shed light on the identity of the girl whose partly decomposed body was found a week ago. And then this is back to, that was just a random other dismemberment around the same time in Chicago, not terribly far away, but a human arm bone was found on the lakefront here today, and police expressed a belief it was a part of the dismembered body of a woman. It bore traces of the same calcium deposit that characterized the major portions of a woman's torso, which also was found along the lakefront in recent weeks. The identity of the woman and the cause of her death have never been disclosed. Well, because they didn't know it. Are you guys finding this interesting at all? Man, that's pretty sick, man. That's a pretty sick comment you just made. Jesus. Now they're just out mushroom hunting, looking down, and they happen to see bodies all the time. Wow, you guys are like literally 20 seconds behind or so. But yeah, maybe you're kind of thinking the chicken or the egg type of thing, right? Like, maybe they're finding mushrooms on the dead bodies, but when in reality they're just looking all over the place for mushrooms, and then they're looking down the whole time. Mushroom hunters per capita find more bodies than hunters per capita, because hunters aren't looking down all the time. They're just walking and looking ahead, looking for a deer or something, and look down occasionally, where mushroom hunters, the entire time they're walking, they're looking down on the ground, and therefore they find bodies at a higher clip. I guarantee it. Because it's almost like 50-50 when they say mushroom hunters or, a deer hunter, right? But there are way less mushroom hunters than actual hunters, right? Yeah. I don't think you're 4 minutes late this time, Super Soda. All right. So now we're moving on to the second one. Now we actually have a name in this one. They were able to determine who this was. I have you can go online and look at it. There's a picture of the guy's body on the ground, missing a head, and then also his left forearm is not attached. It's just sort of laying there. But I'm not going to show that one. All right. So here we go. This is on 1935, September 23rd. Took me forever to find all these articles because some of them, believe it or not, you type in torso and they refer to all these different things, and it's, so you have to weed through a bunch of garbage. Thanks, One Sly Angel. I appreciate it. I have a feeling I'm going to be in prison tonight. Multiple times. Yeah, you don't want to find bodies when you're out looking for hunters, mushrooms. Yeah, okay, so here we go. 2 headless bodies were found at the same time. So these are victims 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. Cleveland, September 24th, Detective Sergeant Bernard Wolfe said today, Edward A. Andrassy, 28, whose headless body was found in a ravine yesterday with that of an unidentified man, was probably the victim of a love triangle. So they don't have a clue. They're just guessing at this point. Sergeant Wolfe said Andrassy's mother informed him that 2 months ago a middle-aged man came to the Andrassy home and threatened to kill Edward for paying attention to his wife. Okay, well, I mean, so I guess that might be why they thought something like that. Andrassy Detective Inspector Cornelius Cody said served a workhouse term 4 years ago on a charge of carrying concealed weapon. Okay, so Andrassy was charged with carrying a concealed weapon. His identity was confirmed through a check of fingerprints. The body of the other victim, who appeared to be older than Andrassy, was found nearby. Let's see. A.J. Pierce said both victims were slain with either butcher knives or an axe. Their hands had been tied behind their backs. Oh, really? Heads of the victims were found about 10 feet from the bodies. Coroner Pierce said a chemical solution, sound familiar, had been poured over the body of the older victim, who had been slain about 3 weeks ago. See, that's crazy. So that just means it was just another victim and he dumped both bodies at the same time, and they're not really related. Cody said a man who killed a brother of Andrassy in 1922 during a brawl was being questioned. Yeah, it sounds like Andrassy, he sort of hung out with, his name was Edward Andrassy, probably hung out with a rough crew. Yes, I would imagine, Dan, if you were just happened to be looking for bodies out in the woods, you might come across some mushrooms. That's a good point. Just sort of a benefit of out in the woods looking for bodies, you might come across some nice mushrooms. Of course, if you don't know what kind of mushrooms you can eat, you might actually pick them up and eat them, and you won't do very well. Hopefully just mushroom hunters collect mushrooms. Cody said a man who killed a brother of Andrassy in 1922 during a brawl was being questioned. When police discovered the decapitated bodies, both had been partially buried in the sand and both were unclothed, except for a pair of socks worn by Andrassy. The bodies were discovered by police after 2 boys found one of them while walking near the ravine. Oh, yep. There we go. I must be been sent to jail if there's already no bail. That's the passive-aggressive way of saying, Gray,
you're so mean.
Were you not able to do the cry correctly there, Mary Lou?
No, it wasn't coming out right, so.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Didn't think so. I have been mean. I've blocked at least 4 people already on this show, so I guess that might be considered mean. Yeah, that's right. And it's hard to read the articles through the bars. No bail.
Towards no bail.
Yeah. He's mean. You know what I mean? No, I don't. It looks like people want to keep me in, though. You know, the thing is, it's like 30... You guys are... I don't know what's going on, why the delay is so long now. So if I count to 3... Or... Oh, when I say 1, you guys have to... Okay, we're about even now. We're about even. Yeah. An hour would be a long time. We'll set a goal to get me out. How about that? For a drink at the Hilton. All right. Thanks. Oh, and here's that mug. I've got the mug. Or whatever you call it. What do you call those again? Tumbler? Thanks, Claudia Neubauer and Cindy Lean. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what the comment by Jake meant, but it's fairly new.
For a drink at the Hilton.
All right, well, I'm going to have to combine Cindy's and Jen's together to get the hell out of the jail, and then take Claudia's for a Coke over at 7-Eleven. Yeah. All right. Thank you. What constitutes, just what I mean, People go, gosh, Gray, that was...
So mean.
Yeah, I heard what he said. I don't know what it meant, is what I'm saying.
Cappuccino for ride home from jail. Blue heart.
Yeah, I just don't know what it meant, that comment. Just seemed like a really poorly worded sentence again. Yeah, so Andrassy had socks on. The bodies were discovered by police after two boys found one of them while walking near the ravine. All right, so we have him. There it is. See, both bodies were found right there. You know, of course, it didn't look like this back then. And most of these are Kingsbury, in a place called Kingsbury Run, so they called him the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. All right, Susanna. I'll go ahead and now I can take an Uber. Huh. Yeah, so both bodies were found right there. There was a witness, though, to this. Let's see. Right, so this is torso 2 and torso 3. Torso 3 they have listed as Andrassy. Torso 2 is still an unidentified person. So here is a picture. Hopefully it's not too disturbing for you guys. Okay. Is that a disturbing picture for you guys? Because that's really just his head there. He doesn't have a body. They just put the sheet there. So this is the guy. They finally found his head sitting next to him, right? All right, and then we've got a picture of him when he was alive. Just opening that up. Yeah. Yeah, I sent myself to jail once. I just built it for fun, and then somebody, I don't know how that came about, where somebody sent me bail. But on some of the nights when it's a little slower, because we got to, every day we've got to keep raising funds to be able to do what we're doing. So there he is right there. That was him, apparently. Like, that's him, see? Although that ear looks a little bit different. I don't know. It's hard to know if that's really a picture of him or not. They said it was. Online, though. Of course, that's online. Yeah, I don't really want to show that one. I mean, I've got a picture of his actual head with blood all over it, sitting on a table. You guys can go look those up. The other one they cleaned up. I know that we sometimes show stuff, but there's no real reason here. There's nothing to add other than it's gross, All right. Sergeant Bernard Wolfe said today Edward A. Andrassy, 28, whose headless body was found in a ravine yesterday with that of an unidentified man, was probably the victim of a love triangle. Same deal. Heads of the victims were found 10 feet from the bodies. Coroner Pierce said a chemical solution had been poured over the body of the older victim. That sounds like a similar article as the last one. Link 2 mutilated bodies to love triangle, yet again. They keep saying that over and over again. Yeah, similar story again. I think a lot of these are AP articles. And back then, you might have an AP article on the 10th And then the same AP article will be published on the 24th in another state, because there wasn't digital, you couldn't send something digitally back then. I hadn't really thought of that. Like, wow, how come this article is so late? But that's why. Detective Sergeant Bernard Wolf said today Edward A. Andrassy, 28, I wonder if this is the same. Yeah, okay. So this one's the 24th. Let me go to the 25th here. Okay. Police investigating the slaying of Andrassy, 28, today hunted a middle-aged man who threatened to kill Andrassy several weeks ago. Andrassy's body and that of another unidentified man were found in an East Side ravine Monday. Both victims had been decapitated. Detective Sergeant Bernard Wold said the man sought for questioning appeared at Andrassy's home and threatened to kill him for paying attention to his wife. Wold said a middle-aged man was seen several days ago near the spot where the bodies were found. Well, they may have actually seen the killer, but not that guy. The headless bodies of two unidentified men were found in a ravine here. Officers said oil apparently had been poured on one of them and that an attempt had been made to burn it. Weird. Okay. Detectives sought a motive today for the killing of two men whose headless and mutilated bodies were found late Wednesday in an East Side ravine. So at the time, they're not really putting together that there is this mad butcher out there, because this is just case number 2 and 3, really, or basically 1 and 2, because they didn't really associate that first woman found on the beach. So this is just case 1 and 2. So at this point, they're just, oh, yeah, coming up with the most logical, because a serial killer wouldn't be the most logical choice. And plus, they didn't even have that term back then. They usually called them maniacs. Police said the younger of the two victims was Edward A. Andrassy, 28, who served at a workhouse term 4 years ago for carrying concealed weapon. The victims identified was learned through a check of fingerprints. Heads of the victims were found buried in loose sand in the ravine. Coroner's A.J. Pierce said it would be difficult to identify the body of the older man. And obviously, based on what this head looks like, they must have found them pretty quick, because that's not very decomposed right there. Okay, so now we're moving on to the next one. And this lady has a name as well. Okay. So what does that do for us, Ink Panther? Knowing that that's a Hungarian name, what does that do for us? They already know what his name is. Like, they know him. He's not unidentified. So what do we get from that? Yeah, that picture right there is one that they dressed, they cleaned the head up, made him look normal. The other head looks, it's horrendous looking. Plus his head looks terrible before they cleaned it up. And then they also have a picture of his entire body on the ground out in the open with, his head cut off and an arm that's just laying there. It's sick. Yeah, it doesn't really add any flavor at all. Yeah, it doesn't really add respect for anything. It's just Edward Andrassy. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we're just working on the facts here, trying to figure something out. Yeah, they know who this guy is, so it's not unidentified individual or anything like that. I mean, the respect of his name is that he has a name. You know, there's another 10 people in this case that don't have names to this day. Right? This guy has a name, and it was great that, I mean, actually, here's the truth is he's fortunate that he got arrested before. Because if he'd never been arrested, they might not have been able to determine, even with the head, who he was. They just happened to match his fingerprints. Well, maybe he wasn't a pro killer at the beginning, but he might become one, right? All right, so we're moving on to the next. This one actually has a name too. Florence Genevieve, or let's see, Genevieve. Florence Genevieve. So can we get the iterations of what country she was from too and everything? And, you know, that part is absolutely irrelevant. So here she is. I'll show you a picture of her. Right there. I might have a clearer one. That one's... Yeah. You guys ever done any of these photo restorations? If you really want to see what she looks like. So now it's easier to see a little bit. There. Oh, that's right. That one can't do it. But anyways, that's what she looked like right there. And we're going to go back and read the articles. Man. I've heard of unfiltered comments, but some of the ones tonight are just like, you know. Let's see. Slain woman may have Dover kin. The torso, arms, and legs of the dismembered body of the unknown woman murdered several weeks ago at Cleveland may be a cousin of Joseph Palilli of 118 Johnson Avenue, Dover. She was identified as Florence Palilli. Same name as a cousin, or maybe it's Polilli. I don't know. It's got two L's there. Yeah. Let's see. Mr. Palilli had Dover Police Chief Frank H. Javins write to Cleveland Police for more information about the murder victim. Yeah, I've done that too. When I was at the Art Institute, they made us colorize old photos, get rid of the scratches, do all kinds of... let's see. Yeah, so it turns out that I think they were right with that name. Ohio, February 8th, spurred by the discovery of more parts of a mutilated body, detectives were searching a vacant lot today for the head of Mrs. Florence Sadi Palilli, torso murder victim. The remainder of Mrs. Palilio's mutilated body, the upper torso, was found in a sunken pit, an old cellar that had been filled in. No attempt had been made to conceal it. Police also found the left arm and both legs from the knee down. The right arm, lower torso, and both thighs, found January 26, already have been cremated and buried in Pennsylvania. Man, they sure as hell... That right there wouldn't be touched for weeks and weeks in today's forensic world. You know, they just go ahead and cremate this. I mean, literally cremated, almost immediately. Police held 2 men for questioning in connection with the slaying. And then this was an image. This is what you see on the thumbnail here. This was in the papers back there. They started doing like the mad butcher. It's crazy. Okay. Now the next person is... Well, you know what? You know what I think? I think that image, you know the image that I showed you earlier, this one? I think it's possible that this image is... I think that image was in the wrong folder. So the picture of the... I have the picture of his head without it being cleaned up. I think that this one is actually... There's a guy that's called the Tattooed Man. I think that's who this is. Alright? So that other picture, just the image of the guy sitting in the chair in real life is probably his real look. Alright? Because I just noticed that, for example, well, let me see. Is this one that you guys can... Hold on. Alright, so there's a head. You know, it looks like it's got a scarf on or whatever. But this is the tattooed man right here. Okay. And that's the same guy. After they cleaned up his face, you can see it. And apparently there's... I actually have a drawing of all the different tattoos. He had a heart with an arrow through it right there. He had... on the inside of the forearm, it looks like, of the right arm, American flags like that. And then on the inner, or the back of the right calf, he had some kind of a anchor and a cupid. And then on the inside of the left was Jig's comic strip character. Then on this forearm had a Helen and Paul, had a dove that said Helen and Paul. And beneath image of the dove. Probably names of his kids, I would imagine. Or either that or his parents, you know. Like a dove, like they died and he's... That'd be an interesting deal there. So he's between 22, 25 years old. I was able to find references to him. A crazed killer who butchers his victims was hunted by police last night following the discovery of a decapitated man in a wooded gully on Cleveland's east side. It was the 4th butchered body found in that section since last September. Let's see where this one is. So Genevieve was found here. But, you know, now it didn't look like that a long time ago, but in that area. And then the tattooed man was found right over here. I mean, when you pan out, look at this. Look at the density. Some of those pins are witnesses, but it's still... And then these ones that were found on the beach were outliers. No, they haven't been. There's 10 people that haven't been identified. Three of the murders were revealed to police at times when Cleveland was ready to entertain a national convention. In September, the mutilated bodies of 2 men were found just prior to the opening of the National Eucharistic Congress. The last gruesome discovery was made as delegates and visitors to the Republican National Convention streamed into Cleveland. In the interim, the carved body of a woman, Florence Sadi Eliot, 41, was found near the same section. Cleveland police followed slender clues tonight in efforts to apprehend a homicidal fiend believed responsible for the beheading of 3 men recently. Thanks, Zozo! Need one of those famous waves. Acting Detective Inspector Charles O. Neville assigned detectives to the latest mystery after 2 schoolboys found the head of an unidentified young man in an isolated southeast side gully. Officers later found the decapitated body in a shallow grave. So there's just his head sitting there. Then they found a shallow grave and found the body in it. Detective Sergeant James Hogan said the mutilation indicated the same killer might have slain Edward Andrassy, 28 years old, and an unidentified man last fall. Their decapitated and emasculated bodies, so he cut off their private parts too, right, were found in a ravine in the same general vicinity. Yeah, and they've actually determined that some of these people were killed. They were killed by having their heads cut off. So it's not like, oh, well, it was somebody in a morgue and they just went nuts. And no, it was, they were alive. Thanks, Lee D. Okay. And now, here we go. Now we're moving all the way to those in order. Let me go back and tell you those. So, the first case that we talked about, the lady on the beach, that was September 5th, 1934. Hey, thanks, Sarah Beth Colagrass. That's one of my favorite names to say. Chewbacca?
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Right up there
Ocean
with
wave.
Claudia Neubauer and Crystal A.K.A. Beaver Gaming. Sub Crystal. So long. Oh, and Jessica Schubach. Can't not say that. Yep, I've seen those videos. I think everybody should have watched. They should have made people watch the ISIS videos so that people realize what they were doing, taking them out. Okay. Hey, wow, thanks, Sarah Beth and Zozo.
Join me in a freak wave for grey gorgeous freaks. Heart.
Yep, we got to keep on trucking. All right, so the dates were, the first one was September 5th, 1934. Then Edward Andrassy with the other individual that hasn't been identified was September 23rd, 1935, so about a year later. Then on January 26, 1936, so maybe just 4 months later, was Florence Genevieve. Then 5 months after that was the tattooed man, so that would have been June 5th, 1936. And that's a tattooed man, okay? So now we're on to a John Doe. And this one is July 22nd, 1936. Hey, thank you, Mary Poppins. Are you like the Mary Poppins? All right, so let me do this one. So this is July 22nd, and then so it's hard to find some of these because
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be
Chewbacca if you want me to be. It's hard to find some of these because there's no name. You just have to get lucky, and you just type in maybe headless body or torso, but For some reason, around that time, there was a lot of it. All over the place. I have another one that I put in as a side story as well.
Ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave.
Well, thank you, James Crawford Sarita. Yeah. All right. The nude and headless body of a man was found in an isolated gully today. It was the 5th headless body found in the West Side District within the last year. So all of these are in a year, but there was that year break after the first one. Maybe that's why people don't connect them. Thank you, Linda Howe. As in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations in Crop Circles. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Yeah, the nude and headless body of a man was found in an isolated gully today. It was the 5th headless body found in the West Side District within the last year. Detective Sergeant James Hogan said he was convinced a maniacal killer, see, maniac, that's what they called him. They didn't know that, they didn't have the term serial killer. They're all maniacs.
Ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave. Love my freak family.
Detective Sergeant James Hogan said he was convinced it was a maniacal killer who was responsible for all the deaths. Coroner A.J. Pierce, however, said he was not certain the man had even been murdered. Really? Yeah, a lot of people just have their heads fall off. You ever notice that? You're just walking down the street sometimes, and you'll just look the wrong way, and your head falls off. And you grab it. If you grab it really quick and put it back on, you won't pass out or anything. Yeah. Let's see. Miss Mary Barkley, 17 years old, found the body and summoned police, who found the head and clothing 40 feet from the body. The victim, about 40, had been dead 3 or 4 months. The body was mutilated. Lacking means of identification, police prepared to take fingerprints and check missing person reports. On June 5th, the headless body of a young man was found, and the next day, a head was found a mile away. That was on June 5th. Yeah, that was the other one, just the previous one we talked about. Last September 23rd, the bodies of 2 men, decapitated and otherwise mutilated, were found in the same neighborhood. One was identified as Edward Andrassy, who had been reported missing. Before that, the headless body of a woman was found. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta throw out a couple, some of the comments people make in the articles. Well, I don't think he was murdered, yet his arms, 2 arms are in different places, his head's 17 blocks away in a box, but yeah, it was, that's what I'm saying. A lot of times these people, just look at what's been going around in your city for a while. Are you trying to sell it that it's not going on? Okay, so the next article. Identity sought of headless body. Police started Thursday a systematic check of fingerprints and missing persons records on an effort to identify the decapitated body of a 40-year-old man believed by Detective Sergeant James Hogan to be the victim of a maniacal killer responsible for 4 similar crimes in the last year. Not a single clue was discovered in the muddied clothing piled beside the head. Well, isn't that an medical examiner? Isn't that an indication right there that you have all the clothes in a pile and the head's next to it? Or do you think the guy was, he was going to go take a bath in the river, took off his clothes, and wouldn't you know, it just happened to be the time his head fell off, and he wasn't able to grab it quick enough to put it on his head, and he died. Is that what you're saying? It just makes no sense. Maybe it's because it's 1935. Maybe? Yeah, Coroner A.J. Pierce said he would examine blood stains on the coat and blue polo shirt part of the clothing. He said a preliminary investigation disclosed there was some doubt that the man was murdered. Okay. Right.
Well, Gray, you don't have all the information that they had. They saw what the...
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Police started today a systematic check of fingerprints and missing persons records in an effort to identify the decapitated body. This looks like it might be similar to the last one. Cleveland police have found no traces of the man believed responsible for the previous slayings. The headless body of an unidentified man of about 25 was found. June 5th. Yeah, I think this is similar. A girl of 17, Marie Berkeley, discovered the latest body yesterday. Man, I bet that was not helpful for her future development as a psychologically. All right, so that was July 22nd, 1936. All right. Now we're moving over to September 10th, 1936. So just a couple months later. Upper portion of man's body found. The upper portion of a man's torso was found today in Kingsbury Run, near the scene of 3 former decapitation murders. So let's see where this one is. And actually, the one that we just talked about was right here in this location. And the one that we're on, I think it's this one right here, September 10th. Yeah, this is the location of the one we're just about to talk about right there. If you pan out, yeah, it's right near. 2 bodies found right there, one there, and it's just right in the same vicinity there. All right, so I'm gonna go get some more Gatorade or something, and I'm gonna go ahead and play you guys some of that rap music. This one seems to have more articles. There's 2 more articles, all right? From the green forests in the Pacific Northwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be. Tonight, we'll have on Major Ed Day for some remote viewing. And we'll have Linda Molden Howe on to discuss the latest cattle mutilations in crop circles. We'll be back right after this message. This is PIR, Portland International Raceway, with the biggest thing since the Pinewood Drag. We have Rod Laver, a retired astronaut, with his hydroelectric car. It's guaranteed to rip up the road right in front of your face. We also have Jim Hansen with his Beavermobile. Yes, the only car that'll knock down trees at 200 miles an hour. Trials from 6 and 7 be there. All right. Good times, good times. There you are, Linda Molden Howe. You're going to be a guest tonight. About the crop circles? That's not the right one there, Ink Panther. Sorry about that. Wrong one.
I'm waving hand. Who's waving back? Winking face.
He wasn't a nurse in a hospital. Let's see. Yeah, maybe. Sure. Okay. I don't think he was a nurse. Yeah, they'll put whatever they can on some of those old documents. Yeah. Yeah, in the write-ups about him, they don't mention anything about him being a nurse. So, yeah, it would be interesting if that was an absolute fact. But even then, you know. See, here's the thing, is most of the people that were killed here are... Yeah, what is decapitated? Yeah, most of the people that are... that were victims here are like homeless people that were living out on the streets, and hence they were hard to be able to determine who they were. You know, not all of them, but most of them. Linda Howe, as in Linda Moulton Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. They did day nurse, though? They did. What does that mean? Well, I don't really want to, though, Ink Panther. Because, see, for me, I just want to go through the cases and see what happened and then go through at the end. So right now, I'm not going to be looking up stuff on Ancestry and things like that at this point. Yeah? I'm just looking at the... like I said, what I'm doing here is, as it happened, I'm going through back in time, and I'm reading the newspaper articles that occurred at that moment. See what I'm saying? Yeah. I miss you all during the stripper music. What in the heck? Yeah. I have, let me, here's what we'll do. I do have this site right here. So let's type his name. What's his name again? Full on name is, I got it right here. We'll just waste time doing this. Here we go. Let's do it. We've got Edward Andrassy, right? And then we'll go ahead and say 1935. We could actually put the whole date range in here. Ah, crap. What the hell's going on with this stupid... I like doing, if ever you're storing files, you should always use the name. I don't want to go to that one. You should always use the name first. Or not the name, the date first, the year. Like you put 1935 and then the month and then the date. These sites are crazy with this crap. Wait, this is from last night, right? Are we doing that crap again? Ah, crap.
I just got here. I also don't judge ears. Woman shrugging.
Yeah, that was from last night. You don't judge ears. Right? That wasn't right now. Man, we're doing that crap again? Jeez. Now they just have the census thing there. Yeah. I did buy some awesome software and stuff because I'm learning how to do the genealogy, how to trace back somebody. So I did buy a software program called, what the hell's the name of that thing? I bought Family Tree Maker. That's a pretty sweet program. You connect it to these other ones. Then I'm also using Ancestry.com in that. It's pretty sweet. Is Family Search free or what is that site? So when you say go to Family Search. Oh, it looks like it's free. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. I'm going to put that in my my list. Hold on a second. If it's free, why the hell not, right? Uh-oh. Something froze up over here. Ah, she got me. It's like a some sort of a froze up on me. Am I frozen? Can you guys? Uh-oh. Shit. Okay, you guys there? I don't know if you guys are there or not, but I tried. I'm trying to get it. Did that freeze thing again? Going to that website. I think Ink got me hacked into my account. Whoever that is, Ink. She sent me that. Go to that site and boom, everything froze up. Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep it here for a while because you can't see it. A second. Ink Panther. I think she hacked into my, or he or she hacked into my account. As soon as I went to that website she mentioned, it was like, boom. So what was that again? It was Family Search. Is that what it was? Yeah, Family Search. It's a free site. Wait, no, it wasn't Family Search. What was it again? No, but I didn't ask you to get the fact, though, Ink Panther. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't ask you to get it. That's what I'm trying to say to you, is I didn't ask you to do it. So when you're saying, it just sort of slows the show down. I just wanted to go over the articles. And then maybe when we go over it on the third episode, we'll go over, like, research it and stuff like that. But I was going over the articles, and you kind of, you know. So what was the name of that site that you're talking about? Because I already wasted my time going to it, so I'll do it again. It was called something like, what was it called, everybody? Family Search? Is that it? If it's Family Search, I've already got a profile on there. I love how people want me to, like, they steer the show in their direction, like what they want me to. It doesn't add to it. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, hold on a second. Here we go, everybody. We're gonna go. I got it emailed to me. We're gonna go all read it together. Here we go. Here it is, everybody. Edward Andrassy. He lived at 1744 Fulton Road. Hey, let's see where that is. Oh, you can't see. Oops. So happy you covering this case. That's what it said. Thank you very much. Andrea Jacobs. Thank you. All right, here's the here's what Ink Panther sent. 1744 Fulton Road. Let's see if that exists. Yep, right there. Not even that far away, really. Unfortunately, the only other one we'll get is that lady's name. Or maybe another one, too. But, yeah, so he wasn't found too far away from where he lived. Alright, let's see what it says. What was the website again, by the way? Was it Family Search? Because I think I have that one. I signed up today, actually, when I was being tutored. Anybody remember? Family Search, okay. Yeah, so that is the website that I have. Hey, look at the whole Hungary thing. St. Mary's Cemetery. You know, it's weird. This is like cursive, but it's really easy to read. That's a rare thing. Oh, cool. We can actually type in the, let's see, 49th and 49th and 49 Street and Praha Avenue. Well, there's Praha. Okay, you're right there. And then that's 50th. Yeah, so it's exactly in the right spot. This right here was Edward. '51st, 50th. Boom. Yeah, I just signed up for that one today, actually, on that website. That was part of the tutoring that I had, was signing up there. There's like 100 different things. One of the other ones was also this software right here called Family Tree Maker. It costs like 80 something dollars maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's pretty sweet on here. What you can do on this site is you can actually type in like the certain code of an individual, and then it loads up all the information. And then you can actually build trees here and upload them to Ancestry, and just populates the hell out of it. But anyways, I got to go back through it again because I record the sessions for my training. Yeah. But I don't know if I'll ever be like an expert at it, but I want to learn how it works, right? I think Dan Carr really likes Ink Panther. He's really enamored with that. He doesn't know what she really looks like, if it's even a girl, but he's really... Roots Magic 7 and Gramps. Do you do family tree stuff? My sister-in-law does a lot of family tree work. I mean, she's really into it. I think anybody that's really into building family trees should get into forensic genealogy, because that is like it's almost like the you know, the dream. Think how amazing that would be, right? I mean, you start off with nothing and you have to go find that person. It makes genealogy even more interesting. Instead of just building this branch that a lot of other people build, and you just keep building it out there. Instead, what you're doing is you're finding a name. Like I have my own, what I'm doing in this class that I'm in, or it's not a class, jeez. This is, I got really lucky. This is actually somebody who does the genetic genealogy stuff, okay? Forensic genetic genealogy. And she's helping me I don't know. She was just really kind and said, "Yeah, I'll show you how to do it." Now, what we'll do, Gray, is we'll pretend that your Jedmat kit is the killer. Okay, so you're going to be the killer. It makes it hard though because you always know who you are. So when these people show up on your tree, you immediately know. Ah, there you go. Where in real life, with an unknown kit, you wouldn't have that ability to do that. What you'd have to do is you'd have to keep doing the research and then say, hey, does this make sense? See, I get it. I totally get it now. Because here's the thing is you don't have centimorgans and things like that for like fourth, way out there. And then you come back in. Because you have to go, you kind of look at your centimorgans and then you decide what level you need to go to. Like great-great-great-grandparents. And then you have to build a tree all the way back down to a level, and does this person make sense? So then you would give names of those people to detectives, and then they might do some clandestine testing, and maybe that'll lead to somebody, but if it doesn't, it might be a closer link to somebody, and it just kind of keeps building on that. But so we're pretending that I'm the criminal. Of course, those trolls that show up will go, "No, you really are, Gray. You're the bridge guy." Yeah, you're yeah, wouldn't that be a genius to put my own DNA into Jedmatch and I'm the suspect? Yeah, and I put it up there after that. Yeah, so there's all these names in there, but I did find a Hughes show up at some point. So then I go, oh, here we go, right? So you wouldn't know that in the real world, but I still have to fill out all the rest of it and learn how to do it. It sort of seems like it's a slow thing where you've got to, like to get really good at this, it'd be something that you learned a while ago and you got the basics. And then you just sort of learn different techniques, but you really get it. Right? It's hard when you're learning all this stuff and you're sort of thrown into the deep end of the pool. Because I'm, basically what I'm doing is trying to find a criminal right off the get-go, right? Even though it's me, we're just trying, what we did was, the first match on my list was somebody from, they had like 790 centimorgans, which is, whoa, that's a great one. That's like a first cousin type of deal, right? But I just happened to know when I was looking at it that first cousin was somebody that was adopted from one of my mom's sisters at birth. So that would have been a nightmare to work with that one. So I did cheat and, I said, hey, So then I moved down to the next one. It was 250. Which is like a third cousin somewhere. And that one's been fun. It's, I'm going through it. I found a whole bunch. And then you can just load stuff up using that software and various websites. And pretty cool. It's pretty fun. Maybe one of these days I'll show you I'm not sure how. Maybe I'll do like a members show where I'm just showing you what I've learned. And maybe that'll be interesting, right? Yeah, it's definitely the hard way. It seems like it'd be much easier to just start from scratch, kind of learn what's going on and learn a little bit here, a little bit there. And then over time, your ability and interest level, it's the same thing with anything. Like when you learn software programs or just anything like that at all. You can't start like, hey, write me a code that solves gravity. Like, why does gravity exist? Yeah, no. It's literally, it's way easier just to start from the very basic fundamentals, like you're learning a class, and then ding, 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 ding. Then you get up to the high level stuff. So I find myself having to ask questions and Yeah. Yeah, people do that. They think it's correct and it's not. Yeah. You know, it's weird. The one that had 250 centimorgans, the one that I actually, the second in the list, I found their email, and then the company that they, it was some sort of a, no, that's not the one. The second one was, he had his name in the email, so I looked it up and I found him on Facebook, and it matched a picture, I think, that was out there. And then I put that together, and once I had that name, I brought it into the software program, and then I found his parents. I actually found his parents, though, differently. I found them, like, I think in a newspaper article or something, and then put them together, and then started building out this tree. And then the person that's teaching me picked it up, and then I showed up today, and there was like another 150 names in there. She just went, populated it. I wish she had waited to do that, so that way I could have seen exactly how that worked. But she did show me later. Decapitation, hemorrhage, and shock. That's pretty funny. Hemorrhage and shock. Yeah, he's probably in shock, you know. Where's the occupation part? Oh, it says male nurse. Yeah. Who knows? That's the only word I can't read, is where he was born. Okay, I think I was on the September 10th John Doe, right? Anybody remember exactly? All right, here we go. Cleveland, September 10th. The upper portion of a man's torso was found today in Kingsbury Run, near the scene of 3 former decapitation murders. Police Sergeant Dewitt Barnes verified that the torso portion was that of a human. Squads of detectives immediately went to the scene. The torso portion was that extending from the shoulders to below the hips. No head or arms or legs were found, although police deployed through the bushes in the hunt. So they looked through the bushes and they didn't find anything. The torso was found by Jerry Harris, a workman who passed through the gully. Detectives were not certain that the torso could be linked with the 5 murders already attributed to the Fiend. The scene was near that where last September the mutilated and headless bodies of Edward Andrassy, 29, and Anne, and another unidentified man were found in the bushes. It was close to the point where last June the headless body of a young man, never identified, also was found. It was not far from the sites of finding the parts of the torso of Mrs. Florence Sadi Palilio, where were found last winter. The 5th victim was found in similar gully near Big Creek on July 22nd. And this is this one right here. Just not far from there. Just right in this area. Oh yeah, Ink Panther. Have you solved some cases? I mean, I guess I should realize that there's people in here that have other interests. So when I'm covering a case, they get excited to look up something. So, you know, maybe I'll try to be more like right in the middle of the show. Even if you're interrupting or whatever, I'll say, "Oh yeah, okay, let's take a look at it." All right, it just kind of throws me off because I'm so far behind where I thought I'd be at this point. But I understand what you're like actual criminal cases, Ink Panther. Or, you know, there's a lot of people that do the finding somebody who was adopted, like who their parents are. That's pretty interesting. That's probably the best way to start doing this. Anyways, thanks for the interjection, Ink Panther. Sorry I was
So mean.
Oh yeah? Where do you work out of? What state? Can't say. It's top secret. I don't think so, Gene. Yeah. That's just like wondering about something for no reason, you know? Just, hey! There's no information that leads you to think that. You're just saying it like you wonder it. And when you wonder it, and then all of a sudden everybody else starts wondering it, but there's no real reason. Yeah, I wonder if Martians came down. Yeah, can't really prove it or disprove it. Just don't really know. Well, it's all voluntary, Dan. It's all voluntary. Unless you're the head one. See, a lot of these genetic genealogists that get paid, they have volunteers that work below them, finding some of the trees, and then they put it all together. Yeah, so you can be one of those. What are you talking about, Maplear? I'm still on part 1. I'm just trying to get through it. So whoever watching this tomorrow is going to be like, ah, Jesus. No wonder. Oh, God, I got to sit around and watch and listen to this all the time. Just get to the point, man. I think some of the volunteers are actually better sometimes because they're really fanatical about it. All right, here we go. Cleveland, September 10th. Kingsbury Run, a small stream that wanders through the southeast section of Cleveland. I don't even think that's there anymore. Today yielded the 6th headless body found in the city within the last year. Like the others, the body, that of a man, had been cut, detectives said, with a skillful hand. See, the first one was, maybe this person got better and better as they went. Yeah, but why would you wonder that, Gene? That's like a weird connection. The males with emasculation, the women victims too, is why I'm wondering. What, I don't understand that. That just... All right. Like the others, the body, that of a man, had been cut, detectives said, with a skillful hand. So you wonder if they were like improving their craft over time, and had been sliced in 2 pieces. The head was not found. Firemen with grappling hooks attempted unsuccessfully to find the missing head in the pond where the... Man, what a horrible job that would have been. Imagine that. Like, your job for today... Hey, listen, hey, your job for today is to throw grappling hooks in a pond and in the hopes of pulling a head out. Yeah, I don't know if it's one killer or not. It's just nobody's ever said, "Oh God, there's got to be two." It doesn't make there's nothing in this at all that indicates there's been two killers or one killer or anything. What we have right now are bodies that appear to be dumped, some at the same time but killed at different times. You see what I'm saying? So easily those people could have been lured into, let's say, somebody's house. Then they were drugged, experimented on, whatever the hell the person was doing, chopped them up, preserved them for a while, and then goes, okay, I want new victims now, and then goes and dumps off a number of people. Not necessarily, had to kill two people at one time, and things were... Firemen with grappling hooks attempted unsuccessfully to find the missing head in the pond where the torso was found. Huh. And this is December 10th. See, I don't know what... I wish I could see what a picture looked like of the area back then. But we just don't know. This is where it is on a map, apparently. But, these train tracks have a good chance of not even have been there at the time. This freeway probably wasn't there. That wasn't there. So maybe there was a little pond right there and they drained it out. We just don't know. Fireman with grappling hook. Let's see. A blood-stained shirt wrapped in a Tuesday morning newspaper was found on a nearby culvert. And this is a Friday. Detective Sergeant James Hogan of the Homicide Squad said the body bore marks familiar to investigators of the 5 previous decapitations. 3 of the 5 other bodies were found close to Kingsbury Run. So it sounds like those were done by the same killer. They have these specific marks they were looking at. The first 2 victims were found in September 1935 at the foot of a hill near the stream. The heads were buried in sand nearby. One of the victims was identified as Edward A. Andrassy, 28. No motive for his death was established. The other body, that of a man approximately 40, has not been identified. Last January, the torso of a woman was found in 2 baskets in an east side vacant lot not far from the downtown area. I wonder if one of these pictures I have... Maybe this one? Hold on. Now it's going to open up Photoshop again. If it's a JPEG, it opens up Photoshop. If not, it just opens up. Oh yeah. That's when they changed it to lead detective. After this case, they got rid of head detective. Yeah. They just didn't want to these are all actual scenes from various crime scenes. Man, wouldn't you have hate to be a detective back then, having to wear all this crap? What do you mean, Mary? Just go look it up. Go read the title of the video, and then go look it up. Okay? Don't waste people's time with a question like that. It's really obvious. Try to do your own. If you can't sleuth out how to look this up, then you probably shouldn't even be following true crime. You know what I'm talking about? I don't mean to be mean, but it's just sort of real. Hey, where can I read about this? How do I read about this? Well, read the title. It says, The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, and you type that into Google, and my God, Google's really weird. It shows up with these results that actually have answers on it. And it'll say exactly what you're looking for. It's amazing. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Now here's another one. One of the other cases. They're looking at these, I don't even know what they're looking at, but it looks like there's some kind of a, there must be a body part there, or they wouldn't be hovering over it like that. Like we were down here. Last January, the torso. We went through those. Now we're on the 13th of September. Cleveland authorities check on butcher. Start hunt for missing. Lunatic, maniac, all kinds of things. Detective Ralph Kennedy said a 31-year-old butcher addicted to a narcotic was wandering near the run, but denied implication. The man's record of several arrests for intoxication and being under the influence of the narcotic showed every time he was released from the workhouse, one of these headless murders was committed, said Kennedy. Police also hunted an escaped lunatic. It's so awesome how they use those words like that. Who had been at liberty since 1931. Since his escape from a nearby state hospital for the insane, officers said he has not been heard from. Still searching in Kingsbury Run for the head and arms of the latest victim, the homicide squad was unable to identify the torso found Thursday. It was the first mutilated body to be found in that vicinity. And five headless bodies of men and one of a woman have been discovered since last September, and only 2 have been identified. A gray fedora that had a pair of green trunks found near the run were examined by David L. Cowles, ballistics expert. Well, I'm glad the ballistic experts was looking at a fedora. That makes a lot of sense. I'm sure they got right on top of that. Was found on the trunks, and the hat contained the name of a haberdasher in Bellevue. Michael J. Collegeman, head of the Federal Narcotics Bureau, said the obscurity of the victims and the brutality of the murders indicate the fiend killed for the thrill or because of an obsession. Ah, shit. Oh, God. Why do I have to check my email? Another show killer. I was just on a groove. Just in the middle of a groove. Yeah, what am I supposed to get out of this? I've already got all this. Alright, let's see. Oh, you mean like a map in terms of like what it looked like? I thought you were saying it was... Okay, hold on. God. Am I frozen again? All right. Oh, I see. Yeah, it kind of looks similar. Yeah, let me open up Google Earth here really quick. Yeah, like a lot of these highways aren't in here. Okay, that's Stones. Wait. Carnegie Avenue. Yeah, there's Carnegie. And that's Ontario. See, that's totally different now. That doesn't look like that. That now goes shooting in like this. Stones Levy. Oh, yeah, well, that's now. So that's not there, I don't think. Yeah, so one of the bodies is right here. I wish it was like a an image, but they don't have that, so. Yeah, thanks for sending that, but it doesn't. I need to see like the actual map, like a picture of it, like if they'd flown up in the air and took a picture down. All right, so where was I again? Okay, a gray fedora hat. Oh yeah, they had the ballistic guy look at a fedora. Yeah, Michael J. Collegeman, head of the Federal Narcotics Bureau, said the obscurity of the victims and the brutality of the murders indicate the fiend killed for the thrill or because of obsession. Man, I gotta get back into a groove. Last 2 nights are just all over the place. They're just... Right. Yeah, well, there's no bots because I had to reboot my computer. It's not really. It does. They don't really work. To be honest with you, I can tell. But if you guys like them, I'll load one up again. And we'll just do some more non-show stuff. Yeah, it's brutal. Trying to do shows with everybody sending me stuff every 2 seconds. Hey, look at this, look at this, look at this. Just let me do my shows and send me stuff when the show's over. I'll look at it and maybe I'll incorporate that into the next day, okay? But unless it's if it's not a recent case, like something that I'm going over right now, or maybe when I'm done for the night, like in the last part, you can say, hey, Gray, and then we can look over some of that stuff. But it really sucks for people who want to come in and hear all the stories laid out together in order when I have to stop every 5 minutes, look at something else. I hope you guys get that part. It seems really obvious, So I want to be able to go through all the stuff that I've figured out, lay it all down, then later, at the end of the show, I can go back and look at stuff that you guys might want me to look at. Okay, then that'd be interesting. Or put them on to the next show. What are you talking about, BS? Nobody knows what you're talking about. You don't care. Why would you care about the bots? All right, maybe the bots are working now. All right, so that's what I'm saying. It's like some of the stuff you guys are sending me is interesting. Like I wouldn't mind looking at it later or something like that. But I'm telling you, I could have just got through all of these in an hour and 30 minutes or so, all in order. And instead, we've meandered all around, and it's turned into a very confusing show for other people to watch later, is what I'm saying. Yeah. So hopefully that makes sense. And by the way, if you guys would like to support the channel, there are the super chats, the become a channel member, or what are the other things? Well, that's it. Super chats, channel membership, and ad revenue, which is almost none. Right. I always have to start over again, read stuff over and over. Like when we did those other cases, remember how I just kept going? And they were 3-part series, but they were really long, and we just kept going and working through them. I don't have that same feeling on this one right here. You know? I'm not getting that feeling. Alright. Failed to find missing head of the decapitated body. This is victim number... Well, it's the one on September 10th, again, 1936. We're still on that one. The torso of a man was found in the pool Thursday. Hold on. Driver explored the bottom of a pool in Kingsbury Run for more than 3 hours today, but was unable to find the missing head of Cleveland's 6th victim of a mad decapitator. They're trying to find a name that works, right? The torso of a man was found in the pool Thursday. Wow. Like a little pond or something. 3 other headless bodies have been found near Kingsbury Run in the past year. 2 others have been found in other sections during that period. 20 detectives and 15 uniformed policemen have been assigned to the district in which the bodies were found. Police said the search at the pool had been abandoned and a canvass of the entire section would be started tomorrow. The body found Thursday, like all the others except 2, has not been identified. Police expressed doubt that an identification would be made if the head or hands are also missing. So they don't know what he looks like, and they don't have... What does no gray mean? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Oh, you have to put no comma gray. Yeah. What do you mean gray is back? I've been here the whole time. Man, what's going on? What are you talking about, Holly? Yeah, I've been on the entire time. What I've said is if it freezes up, I just reboot and come right back on. There's no, a lot of people bail because they're impatient, but it's back on. Yeah, I don't need to read the ones before. I understand it. I read her comment. You should know that by the context of what I said. Yeah, it's just turned into it's just ridiculous in here. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. See, there's some shows where I say, hey, if somebody could find this, go find it, right? But there's other shows where I'm presenting something, and I don't need people to have me stop every 3 seconds because they want to be part of the show. And, hey, look what I found. Okay, that's the part that really, it slows everything down. Now, if you send me an email, I'll check it out, and then I'll add it next time, and I'll give you credit for it. Don't worry about it. You'll get credit, and we'll put it all together. All right, but this is, like I didn't tell everybody to shh, like Dan just said. Nobody ever said that. You can just keep talking, doing your own thing, but I just want to do what I'm doing without people saying, "Great, look at this, look at this." Now if there's something missing on the screen, you can type look at. you know, like if you can't hear or some crap like that, we've got that all figured out. But I'm just not sure what's going on. Like tonight and last night seemed like they're almost like a recreation of each other. All over the place. You know? It's wild. So, anyways, I'm gonna go try to get through this. The torso of a man was found in the pool Thursday. Yep. 20 detectives and 15 uniformed policemen have been assigned to the district in which the bodies were found. Police said the search at the pool had been abandoned and a canvass of the entire section would be started tomorrow. The body found Thursday, like all the others, except 2, has not been identified. Police expressed doubt. Let's see. Expressed doubt that an identification would ever be made because of the missing head and hands, which is basically all they used back then. You know, maybe if there was tattoos, they might have had that in a document somewhere, but. And on the 15th, voodoo doctor. Now they're grasping at straws. Is sought in the slangs. Coroner A.J. Pierce tonight called a conference of physicians, psychiatrists, and crime experts to meet tomorrow night to discuss the slayings of Kingsbury Run from a scientific angle in the hope of pointing a way to the solution of the crimes. It's almost like they're looking to profile at that point. Dr. Pierce said that every known detail of the 6 decapitations would be discussed. 4 headless bodies have been found in the Kingsbury Run area and 2 others in other sections of the city in the past year. Dr. Pierce said an attempt will be made to determine whether the person who beheaded 5 men and women is a man or of surgical skill with professional knowledge of anatomy. Detectives who have made little progress in their investigation of the strange killings searched tonight for a voodoo doctor who was arrested in 1928 and charged with decapitation, a decapitation killing, but acquitted later when the victim could not be identified. What a stupid, reason. 13 men were arrested over the weekend, but there was nothing to link them with the series of killings, detectives said. Yeah, no, nobody's heads is going to roll. I just sort of have a way of doing what I'm doing. You guys can chat away, do your little chatting. That's fine. I'm just saying I don't want to be interfered with doing the show part of it. And then later on when I'm pausing, we can talk about other things, or seems pretty obvious, right? So what's going on, Paulette? What do you mean, oh no, what happened? Thanks, Jennifer Rochelle. Yeah, voodoo doctor, really? That's when you're really like, although he did behead somebody, but he was acquitted because they couldn't identify the body later. But he was already convicted. So obviously, I don't know. Shit. 7th victim of Phantom found to be Dr. Skeleton. Now see, this is one that they thought was going to be the 7th victim. I just put it in here because it shows you sort of the frenetic look at everything. They were like, oh my God, everything, everybody's a killer. The 7th victim of the city's phantom killer, who has already left a trail of 6 headless bodies today, turned out to be a medical specimen. 2 boys late yesterday discovered a headless skeleton in East Cleveland, a suburb, and police believe it might have been one of the victims of the human butcher, whose slaying have terrorized the Kingsbury Run section of the city. Coroner A.J. Pierce said the skeleton had been used by a doctor who had paid two boys to bury it. Authorities called a conference of mental experts to attempt to formulate a description, see that's profiling, of the slayer after the headless body of the sixth victim, an unidentified young man, was found in Kingsbury Run last week. 8 men have been questioned about the crimes at various times, but no evidence was found against any. Psychiatrists were agreed before their conference that they had to deal with a true sadist. Man, these guys are like way ahead of their time, right? Doing profiling in 1930 something, and then they even referred to him as a sadist, a pervert who obtains sexual gratification from the infliction of torture. Man, that sounds right out of like CSI right there. All right. Police launched today an intensive hunt for a 42-year-old man to question about the mystery of the beheaded dead. Bertillon pictures of the suspect held when a headless body was discovered in 1929 were distributed to every detective team as safety director Eliot Ness. Here we go, everybody. Eliot Ness. You know? The one that Kevin Costner played in the movie, right? Issued orders to retrace every step and examine exhaustively each slender clue in the 6 decapitation slayings here within a year. Detectives said the 1929 slaying fitted the pattern of the killings at Kingsbury Run, where most of the 6 bodies had been found, the latest a week ago today. The man had been dead for 2 days. His head has not been located. The 7-year-old killing never was cleared up. As in the recent series, the head was not found, and police said the decapitation was executed with a heavy razor or a long knife. Failure to find the head resulted in the suspect's release. Meanwhile, police quizzed a 45-year-old peddler said to be carrying several knives when arrested. I think I actually have a picture of that. Oh, here's the other one from before, the baskets that they were talking about. Maybe. I don't know if that's exactly what that is. But yeah, they actually have a picture of all of the tools that person had. I didn't save it, though. Meanwhile, police quiz a 45-year-old peddler. Okay, now let me move on to the next one. Not the next case, but another. So this is a long article now, right around this time. Kind of goes through the whole thing in more detail. But here's that crazy picture. Look at that picture they put in there. Let's see. Cleveland, like natives of a frontier jungle town of India, when word spreads that a man-killing tiger is near, authorities here are making frantic attempts to find an unseen, nameless killer who within a year has butchered, beheaded, and dissected 6 victims. No one has seen this murderer, whose ferocity shudderingly surpasses that of a mere brute tiger. No one knows whether he or she is large or small, black or white. The callousness of the crimes suggests a drugged brain. The devilish expertness of the dissections suggests a medically trained man or a butcher. Beyond that, there's no clue, nothing but a phantom that strikes in the night and is gone. This article's from September 18th, 1936. Even the victims of the mad assailant's knife are unidentified except for two whose fingerprints told their grim story. A grisly photograph of the severed head of victim number 4 was shown in a police exhibit at the Great Lakes Exposition here. Wait, what the... Really? They put that on an exhibit that quick? Man, that's pretty crazy. A grisly photograph of the severed head of a victim number 4 was shown in a police exhibit at the Great Lakes Exposition here this summer. Hundreds of thousands of people saw it. None could give a clue. So they're probably just trying to identify it, obviously. 5 men and women make up the toll of this fiend's knife. There's more women that come later, though. In each case, severed parts of the dissected body were found nude. And by the way, there's actually 2 women at this point. They just never included that very first one a year before. 5 men and a woman make up the toll of this fiend's knife. In each case, severed parts of the dissected body were found nude. In each case, the head had been severed cleanly, as though by a single swish of a murderously heavy knife or cleaver. In the case of the woman victim, Miss Florence Sadi Palilio, the head never was found. That of the most recent victim has not been found either, despite dragging and diving in the dismal pool in Kingsbury Run, in which several portions of the body were found floating. Kingsbury Run is a grassy, oily stream at the bottom of a scarred valley which cuts its way through the industrial part of Cleveland's factories. Discharge their refuse into the run. Cans and rubble are poured down its edges, but scrubby trees and brush line its banks, and sunflowers brighten its drab slopes. Several railroad lines pass through and across the valley. At night it is silent, no man's land of hobo jungles and dim moonlight on the stream, while at the top of the banks factory building bulk against the sky. Here, almost exactly a year ago, a man stumbled upon the bodies of Edward Andrassy, 28, a former hospital orderly, so he wasn't a nurse, he was an orderly, and that of an elderly man never identified. The heads were found nearby, each apparently severed by one stroke of a scimitar-like blade. That's just wild, huh? The city shuddered, but no clues were found, and people soon forgot and went about their business. But in January, portions of Mrs. Palilio's body were found near industrial plants of the same area. The head was never found. In June, the severed head of a thin-featured young man was found near railroad tracks. Searchers soon found the torso nearby. The victim was never identified. In July came a fresh horror. In a gully, the tattooed torso of still another victim was found. The head a few feet away, wrapped in old clothing. Neither the clothing nor the tattoo marks helped to identify this victim. Now police are attempting to identify a sixth victim, a transient sitting on a bridge abutment waiting for a chance to hop a freight, saw something floating in a pool of Kingsbury Run. Police fished out the ghastly remains of a young, powerfully built man whose body had been skillfully dissected into at least 9 pieces. This is crazy, huh? I haven't read some of these, so for me it's as interesting too. But grappling hooks and divers have failed to bring up the head and hands on which identification depends. A hat found nearby was identified as having been given to a transient in a small town 70 miles away. A bloody shirt wrapped in a newspaper of recent date showed that the crime had been committed within 48 hours of its discovery, because it was a Tuesday newspaper. 4 of the 6 victims, and the first article we read I think was either a Wednesday or a Thursday. 4 of the 6 victims appear to have been transients caught in an unwary moment as they waited for freight along the tracks or crouched beside the fires of lonely hobo jungles. Word of the terror spread along the grapevine of the half-world until transients began to avoid Cleveland like the plague. See, a lot of these people that were killed are, yeah, it could be like a machete, something like that, really sharp. Because it sounds like it was one swift blow, and some of them were still alive at the time. A dozen derelicts, one a narcotic addict, have been picked up by police as suspects to no avail. An elderly physician, whose neighbors told police he had been acting queerly, was also questioned. Scores of volunteers offered information. Some told of cars seen to drive up to the gully late at night with bulky packages or boxes, but most of the stories came from liquor-fuddled vagrants and were as vague as the rambling scribbles that come to police in every mail bearing tips. Boy, this sounds so familiar, right? Think of the Delphi case. I like that. We should use that, make a t-shirt that says, rambling scribbles that come to police in every mail bearing tips. So it reminds me like of these posts that you see in these Facebook pages. People that have these theories and they're really long and drawn out with absolutely nothing based in fact whatsoever. They have these long theories, but anybody could do that. If you're a creative writer, you just write a story and say, hey, what about this? Over the whole Kingsbury Run district, a distance of some 4 miles along the fringes of the valley, hangs a heavy atmosphere of fear. Parents nervously shoo their children to bed early. The campfires in the hobo jungles are extinguished. Dark sumac bushes and drooping sunflowers stand revealed in the night when a flare from a nearby foundry lights them up. Fear of an unknown, unseen butcher rules this jungle in the heart of a great city. That was an awesome article. It almost seemed like it was a modern, a good writer in modern times. Most of the reporters now suck. They just put out drivel, inaccurate information. All right, so during the same time frame, just 3 days after that article, look at this. Look at this crazy. This came up. See, this is what I'm saying. It was hard to find the stories sometimes, because this one came up out of Richmond, Kentucky. Listen to this. A fiendish killer was hunted by authorities here today after the headless body of a woman was found in a field near here. The crudely butchered, now this is crudely butchered, body was found last night by Stanley Isaacs, 50, a farmer. Isaacs told officers he had found a pair of women's shoes last Wednesday on a lane leading to the field where the body was found. This is not related. I'm just saying it showed up within literally the same week or two in another state. Well, it could be related. We just don't know. It doesn't sound like it. Sounds like these are crudely. The marks weren't as efficient as the Kingsbury Run killings. He said the shoes were burning when he found them, but that he thought nothing of the incident until he found the body. Authorities believe the head and arms of the victim had been cut off to prevent identification. The body was unclothed except for a silk step-in and stockings. It was believed the victim might have been 35 years old. A search for the head and arms was started today in the vicinity. I mean, it just sounds so similar, you know. And this is another article on that. The identity of a nearly nude woman whose body, its head and hands chopped off, and every vestige of hair shaved. Listen to that part. And every vestige of hair shaved from the skin was found near here last week remained a mystery tonight. That's an odd thing for somebody to do in this time, in this era. Why would that person shave off all of the woman's hair from their entire body? You know, unless maybe he was like a pet. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so he chopped off, and every vestige of hair shaved from the skin was found near here last week, remained a mystery tonight. The head, which was found yesterday, indicated the victim was beaten to death. County Judge Vernon Lear and Coroner William Jenkins discredited reports of tentative identification. There has been no identification, Judge Lear said. We have received many queries, but the descriptions given made it impossible that they referred to the body found here. We are making further investigations. Judge Lear said the body apparently was shaved at approximately the time of the killing. That's some weird shit. That almost sounds like a signature. That doesn't even really make any sense. I could see you trying to wipe any hair that you might have dropped there, but in 1935, nobody cared about that stuff either. The only thing that mattered were fingerprints and, a visual image of you. And maybe if you had a tattoo and they'd marked it down, but this is very, very odd. This isn't part of the Cleveland torso killings, Gene. This is just a story that came up at the same exact time, and it was so interesting that I thought I'd read it. Judge Lear said the body apparently was shaved at approximately the same time of the killing. A few strands of light brown hair were picked up under the body. Well, that's interesting. That might have actually been from the killer. The shaving may have been done to prevent officers knowing what color the victim's hair was. Yeah, maybe, but I mean, that's really, I don't know. It seems like back then, that just wouldn't help at all, really. The shavings may have been done to prevent officers knowing what color the victim's hair was, he said. Judge Lear said agents were looking for the missing left arm and right hand in the hope the fingerprints would be a clue. The torso was buried Saturday without an autopsy. Coroner Jenkins said physicians told him the body was in such a condition that an autopsy could be made within 10 days with as good a results as immediately. Judge Lear said officials would make an x-ray examination of the body without taking it from the grave if one were necessary. So anyways, that was a side story, but right around the same time frame. Pretty wild. And then we've got one more. This one is February 23rd, 1937. So about 5 months after the last one. Now we've got another female again. So this is the third female. Because the first one, they just didn't add into the articles. The decapitated torso of a woman was found on the shore of Lake Erie. So in that same spot. So look how weird that is, right? So let's get back over to here, and I think it's the other one. This one, I think. Yeah, February 23rd, 1937. So how do you not link these then? You know, this one here is not in the newspaper article. This one was a year prior, another female, torso, right there. And then the other one was found right next to it, basically. Man, look how clear Lake Erie is. And that's their 8th headless body. Police Lieutenant William Sargent said the torso had not been in the water more than a day or two. The head and arms had been cut off. The trunk was severed just below the ribs. Wow, that's a weird one. Sargent said the dissection had been cleanly made, a characteristic of the 6 slayings which have not been solved. See, they didn't add the first one in because of the cuts weren't clean. But what if this person learned? They were developing their craft, or, you know. Well, here's something I'm going to read to you guys now because it just might make you think of something. It's very bizarre. Let me see if I can find this. Alright, so this was a letter. I'm going to have to load it up into a different program. A letter from... It's loading up in Photoshop here. It's pretty crazy. Alright, this is a letter from December 21st, 1938, after all of these murders were done. Listen to this. This is freaky. Chief of Police, Menowitz. You can rest easy now, as I have came out to sunny California for the winter. I felt bad operating on those people, but science must advance. I shall soon... let's see, something like Sedason, I don't know, like Sedaton, the medical profession, a man with only a DC. What did their lives mean in comparison to hundreds of sick and disease-twisted bodies? Just laboratory guinea pigs found on any public street. No one missed them when I failed. My last case was successful. I know now the feeling of Pasteur Thoreau and other pioneers. Right now I have a volunteer who will absolutely prove my theory. They called me mad and a butcherer, but the truth will out. I have failed but once here. The body has not been found and never will be, but the head minus features is buried in a gully on Century Boulevard between Western and something Crenshaw. I feel it is my duty to dispose of the bodies. I do. It is God's will not to let them suffer. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I think that is probably the guy, right? I mean, who the hell would think of doing something like that back then? So it kind of makes sense a little bit that the guy got better. You know, the first killing a year prior, remember, was kind of, the cuts were kind of crude a little bit. And then he got better and better and better, but I wonder what the theory is. What was his theory? You know? It's some weird shit right there. Yeah, it could be that you had a shitty... You know, maybe he started off with a hacksaw because he didn't realize that you needed something really sharp to do it with. Because, you know, when cutting a body, you're not using a sword. You know, he might have done the head with one fair swoop. But you're not doing that when you're cutting the torso apart. But yeah, see, here's the thing, everybody. Like, it seems like last night, that disorganized show last night, more people were more interested in that. Because I always judge the interest in terms of like super chats and things like that. And when I see it nights like this where it's just, you know, 40 an hour, then it's like, yeah, God, should I do those 6 hours of getting all these articles together? Or because the goal is to build up these funds and support the channel. Welcome new subscribers. If you guys have any tips and questions, please email grayhughes2@gmail.com. Good tools were, yeah, probably. All right. It seems like sometimes when I do these bigger dives, it's not as interesting or something. Or unless that's not part of what makes it interesting. How a body reacts without a head? I don't know. Why would he have people that would volunteer for that? That'd be a pretty weird thing to volunteer for. Alright, here we go. The discovery of a woman's torso slaying victim, Cleveland's 8th since September 1934, sent police tonight in search of a sex-crazed, surgically skilled maniac they believed responsible. Sex crave. So why do they keep saying sex crave? Because they're nude, or is there some other thing that they're seeing here? A fireman came upon the torso, cleverly severed from the arms. I wonder why they say cleverly severed. At almost the same spot, one previous victim was found. 5 others. Let's see where this one is. Oh yeah, well, this is the one on the beach, right next to the other one. Right, exactly. The body found today, Police Lieutenant William Sargent said, apparently had not been in the water more than a day or two. The dissection had been cleanly made. He pointed out the support of the police theory that the same person was responsible for all the 8 slayings that have shocked Greater Cleveland's 1 million residents. Yeah, how many people live there now? I bet it's like a hell of a lot more than that. The city's police department, headed by Eliot Ness, a former government alcohol tax unit, against who helped send Al Capone to prison, swung afresh into a hunt that has not been relaxed since the headless body of the first victim in the series of slayings was found in the same vicinity near East 156th Street 2.5 years ago. Hundreds of suspects have been questioned, always without a definite clue, police declared. Authorities estimated today victim was less than 40 years old and weighed approximately 120 pounds. Robert Smith, 55 years old, who had gone to the shore to gather driftwood, found the body. Following the discovery of the last torso in the Kingsbury Run district, Dr. A.J. Pierce, former coroner, called a meeting of police officials, crime experts, psychiatrists, and chemists in an attempt to reach some agreement on the sort of killer the police department was seeking. After nearly 3 hours of debate and conjecture, Detective Sergeant James Hogan, chief of the homicide squad, said, We're right where we were the day the first body was found. Dr. Guy H. Williams, superintendent of the Cleveland State Hospital for the Insane, said he could not fit the activities of the slayer into a recognized pattern of insanity. Right. I think it's just a sadistic serial killer. There isn't really, they're not the typical person that you see in an asylum. He could not conceive of a typical mental case carrying through the dismemberments in the way in which they were done, he said. First bodies found on September 23, 1935. 2 headless bodies were found on Jackass Hill, not far from Kingsbury Run. Both were nude, as were the others. One was identified as Edward Andrassy, 28. The other was never identified. The January 1936, a barking dog aroused neighbors in a district not far from Kingsbury Run. Police were called, and in a nearby vacant lot found 2 bushel baskets containing the torsos and left arm of another woman. See, I think that might be this. Maybe. I don't know. I was just kind of thinking that looked like maybe that was that one. But. All of the missing parts except the head were found later in another vacant lot not far away. The victim was identified through fingerprints as Mrs. Florence Palilia, 41, who once had been arrested in a vice raid. On the following, I think they're just, when people know what something's right and wrong, they're not mentally ill. They just choose to do it. I think you're cutting somebody a break when you say, oh, all serial killers are mentally ill. I don't think so. I think they just feel like they want to do what they want to do. And you might say that they have unusual, desires for things, but they act out on it, intentionally. They know what right and wrong is. They just do it anyways. On the following June 5th, 2 boys playing hooky from school found an old coat rolled up in a ball in a gully off Kingsbury Run. Inside, they found the head of a youth, 25 to 25 years old. The next day, the body and clothing were found about 300 feet away. On July 22nd, 1936, a man's body was found in a ravine near Baltimore and Ohio Railroad tracks. The body of the 7th victim, a man, was found near a culvert in Kingsbury Run September 10th. The head of the body never was found, and identity was not established. Cleveland, snow covered a trail of blood. So this one says snow covered a trail of blood along Cleveland's lakefront today and halted police from following it in search of a solution to their 8th mysterious torso murder in the last 2.5 years. So they had a trail of blood, but the snow covered it. Detective Sergeant James Hogan said the bloodstains were near the spot where the headless body of an unidentified 25-year-old expectant mother was found Tuesday, but even this clue was weakened. Hogan said later 2 persons told him the stains were left by a dog which had been hit by an automobile. A newsboy and the pet's mistress verified the accident story. Hogan believed the missing portions of the woman's body had been weighted and dropped into Lake Erie. This coincided with the report to police that 2 men were seen in a rowboat near the scene Saturday. Well, there you go. That would be one first piece of evidence that maybe there was 2 people. But that's just a maybe. There was just 2 people in a rowboat. But who the hell's rowboating when it's snowing on Lake Erie, right? One trail of blood. It's like Scott Peterson, right? Oh, I'm going fishing. Right. One trail of blood began with a large stain on the sidewalk and ran across a vacant field to a narrow parkway which separates a dead-end street from a bluff leading to the beach. Huh. So they were 2 different trips, though. The other zigzagged along the pavement in the opposite direction, ending a short distance beyond a picket fence behind 2 residences. Wow, that's weird. The other zigzag, huh? Almost like that guy was wounded or something. Deputy Police Inspector David L. Cowles, superintendent, or he was just casually carrying some bloody item. Beyond a picket fence behind 2 residences. Deputy Police Inspector David L. Cowles, superintendent of ballistics, was impeded by the snow from making tests to determine scientifically if the blood stains were human. Well, that's true too. They don't even know. And an unemployed waiter arrested after police learned his wife had been missing since February 12th was released last night when his wife came to headquarters to vouch for him. Oh, there it is right there. I mean, this is pretty wild. Police are carrying away the headless body of a woman, the 8th torso slaying victim in the past 2.5 years. Without a clue, the officers search for a sex-mad, surgically skilled maniac they believe responsible for the slayings. And I actually have a better version of that. Oh, there it is. So inside that's a torso of a person. Anyways, that's it, everybody. I don't have any more. I got more. There's more, like a part 2 coming up. See if we can get through that one. But it makes me nervous doing shows like that, because it's a lot of, like, the amount of time it takes to get all this stuff is a lot, and it's got to be worth it. So it's like, should I do part 2? But anyways, appreciate you guys showing up tonight. I'm gonna go find the. Gonna get off this page here really quick. I lost connection, so I lost all the super chats. I mean, the people that sent them in. Today's the 12th, right? All right. Yeah, this one's pretty wild. That was Eliot Ness throughout the entire thing. He didn't just do the last one. I'll cover it on other shows, all right? Yeah, I'm not really that, just not into it. I'm gonna get off, and I've been on there for, shit, I don't even know how long now. No, it's okay. I'm just saying, it's. Yeah, I mean, Eliot Ness, he did stuff like he burned down the hobo encampments. I completely just incinerated them. I mean, he did a lot of shit that just wouldn't fly today, I'll tell you that. Man, I think allergies are coming back. I hate, right around March and April, I start getting these allergies. It's okay. I know that you guys are trying to help when you send stuff in. It just, I'm just letting you know how it ends up. What happens is it throws me off of where I was. Because when you keep talking about it, your mind can put things together. But if you stop and you move on to something else and you come back, you kind of lose where you were. And it's hard to really come up with something that makes sense. But what do you guys think so far of the, like who this might be? A mortician? Somebody that had some basic training in medical, and I think that letter does seem like it's related though, doesn't it? If it's real. I got it off of the sort of a museum website. Thanks, BS. What do you mean you're lonely? What are you talking about? Jesus. Hey, you think he has a medical background? Thanks, Rebecca N. I mean, it's so horrific because a lot of them were killed because of the beheading. So that means that were they drugged, tied down, and then one swift blow? I mean, how would you get to be able to? You'd have to. Well, remember the Andrassy and the other guy had their hands tied behind their back, but those could have been all done at different times, because apparently the other body that was with him was killed 2 weeks before that. So it's a little bit weird. So that might have been his MO, tie their hands behind their back, drug them up. Maybe they're sitting in a chair and he comes up behind them and lops their head off. Then he, and then maybe takes their body, puts it on a table and starts cutting them up into parts. Then he preserves them for a while as he's studying it for some reason. And then when he's done with that and needs a fresh body, he goes and throws the older bodies out in an area, and then they're found. He doesn't seem to care that much about hiding it that much. I'm even wondering why he's even burying the bodies in shallow graves. Like, why is he wasting his time when right next to it you put a head on the ground? It didn't seem like he was really trying to hide the bodies. They were all found. And he even mentions, if that letter's true, he even mentioned how nobody's going to even care about the types of people that he picks. Should I read that letter one more time? I think that was pretty crazy. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought it meant something with like doctor something or something chemist maybe. Maybe doctor chemist. Maybe his experiments were the chemicals he was using. He was trying to figure out something with those. You know, the chemicals he was using, maybe there was some effect he was trying to, I don't know. You can rest easy now. 1938, December 21st. And let me tell you, there's other murders, so let me, the last one on this list is August 16th, 1938. This is 4 months after that. So, you know, it just makes total sense. I can't imagine somebody just writing this as a gag, you know. You can rest easy now, as I have, what is it? Came out to sunny California. Yeah, they don't have very good writing for somebody that's a doctor. You can rest easy now, as I've came out to sunny California for the winter. I felt bad operating on those people, but science must advance. I shall soon. It says like Satande. Is that a word? I've never seen that before. The medical profession. Maybe saying send to. I shall soon send to the medical profession. Nah, it doesn't say that. That's actually the name of an island. Satande. What does it mean, though? Does it have a meaning? Don't know. I shall soon... It's almost like join the medical profession. A man with only... Or maybe... What do you think that means? Oh, you think it's astound? Yeah, you might be right. I think you might be right. Man, that's really horrible, though, if that's what it means. But that makes sense given the sentence structure, though. Yeah. Hey, you're too late, Mary. You're too late. Dan already said it. I shall soon... That's such a crappy spelling, though. Satande? But yeah, you have A-S-T. You're missing the U. What did their lives mean? So what he's saying is, I shall soon astound the medical profession. And I'm only a man with a D.C. What did their lives mean in hold on a second. Yeah. It does say Doctor of Chiropractic when you type that in. But they didn't have that back then, right? They didn't have chiropractic. I can't imagine them having that back in 1930 something. Or did they? It just... Wow, they got a lot more in there. It's probably like a man with only a DC. What did their lives mean in comparison? But not when he said comparison. So yeah, he just, typing, probably hit the wrong. What did their lives mean in comparison to hundreds of sick and disease-twisted bodies? Just laboratory guinea pigs found on any public street. So he was looking at these people walking around, as guinea pigs. No one missed them when I failed. See, when you say when you failed, so are you saying that, my first thought was this guy thought he could make zombies. Like he could make some weird Frankenstein-like creature. That's what I was thinking to myself. And the reason I think that is because what is he saying? Just when you succeeded, what happened? Because you're saying they're just laboratory guinea pigs found on any public street. No one missed them when I failed. So when you failed and they died, nobody missed them. But when you succeeded, did they not miss them then because they're alive somewhere? I mean, it's really weird, I don't know what the hell he's saying. My last case was successful. See, now he's saying he had one that was successful. I know now the feeling of... Now let's look this guy up. So he said, Pasteur Thoreau and other pioneers. You are... Oh, okay. He's talking about Pasteur. I know what he's saying. Just looking at this, Louis Pasteur. I don't know if it's Louis Pasteur, and then Thoreau. He's kind of, there should be like a slash in there. I've heard those names, but I don't know much about them. So Henry Thoreau and Louis Pasteur. I don't know. Were they called chiropractor? Were they called that, Sarita? I bet you they weren't called that. I bet they just go, well, the first one started. They were just called. What do you call those people? The fake doctors. I'm not a big fan of chiropractors, to be honest with you. I know they help some people, but they do stuff that, it's just, they crack some bones and, oh, wow, you feel great now. They're not really doing anything. It's massage therapies, I think, is better. But if it helps you, then by all means do it. I would never do the neck cracking thing with one of those suckers. Well, this guy isn't really a writer. He sucks. My last case was successful. I know now the feeling of the Pasteurs and the Thoreaus of the world. The other pioneers. Right now, I have a volunteer who will absolutely prove my theory. They called me mad. Yeah, they called him the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. Yeah, isn't that weird? That's in the title of this show tonight. But the truth will out. So, they left out the word be or something. I have failed but once here. I have failed but once here. So in California, well, shit. Let's go check something out then. Hold on. Alright, so this is, that last killing was August. So let's do August 1938. Oops. August 1938 to, I think it was December 1938. Look at this. This is an article in California. It says exactly what he just said. The mad butcher kills 13 without leaving one clue. So I've only done 8, so I got more to do tomorrow. And where did he say he was living? Ah, shit. Sunny, California. He didn't say exactly where, right? It's God's will not to let them suffer. I feel it is my duty to dispose of the bodies I do. It is God's will not to let them suffer. Well, what are you talking about? It's really an intriguing, it's an interesting letter. It seems like there's clues in it, you know. Wait, what was the last one again? So it's August 16th. It'd be interesting to find, he said he failed once where he is now. Wouldn't it be interesting to find the, let's see what this one says. Reports of missing persons were being checked today by Coroner William Crosby in an attempt to identify the decapitated and armless body of a heavy-set man taken from the ocean a mile off Pedro Point yesterday. This is in San Mateo. The body unclad. So nude, right? Holy shit. This sounds kind of good right here, right? And it's in October. So he had time to get there. Yeah. Wow. Let me read that again. Reports of missing persons were being checked today by Coroner William Crosby in an attempt to identify the decapitated and armless body, but the legs are on there, I guess, of a heavy-set man taken from the ocean. The body, unclad, had been in the water at least 60 days. No, that can't be him now. Darn it. Said he doubted that the body was that of either Lawrence Hansen or... Man, see, it just shows you how many bodies there are floating around. And in the ground. You type in headless body and they show up everywhere. Now this is about Kingsbury Run, right here. Yeah, this whole story is about that. Maybe I'll store this one. I'll just put this over here just in case. Disappeared from New Rochelle. Headless body was found. Huh. Well, like I said, there's so many headless bodies in those areas that might be hard to identify. Right now, I have a volunteer who is still I will absolutely prove. So right now, I have a volunteer who will absolutely prove my theory. So he's saying that he has somebody that's going to allow him to do whatever he does, right? They called me mad and a butcher, but the truth will come out. I have failed but once here. The body has not been found, okay, and never will be. There you go. But the head, minus features, is buried in a gully on... Oh, well, let's see what that is. Hold on a second. Century Boulevard. Yeah, that's interesting. So this is going to be in California. Century Boulevard. So how about Western Century Boulevard and Western California, right there. And then the other street was between Western and Crenshaw. Ah. So, man, this has got to be what he's talking about. It's California, and there's Century. Let me put this here. Crenshaw, there's Century. And the other one was... yeah, Century, and then Western. Well, there you go, everybody. That's where he's claiming that he killed and put a body, is right here. This is Western Avenue. This is Crenshaw. And this is Century right here. So somewhere in between here on Century. That's crazy, right? Wow. Man. I have failed but once here. The body has not been found and never will be, but the head, minus features... So, what, you took his ears and eyes out? Is buried in a gully on Century Boulevard between Western and Crenshaw. Yeah, I mean, by 1935, I bet you there wasn't even anybody living here, you know. That's 84. It's about as far best as I can do. It's in Los Angeles. Yeah. And so he sort of gave away where he lived. See, back then it would have been, you know, mildly difficult, you know. You get this letter and you're like, yeah, you know. You sort of wonder if they sent anybody out there. Let me try another newspaper. Wonder if they actually had somebody go out and try to find that. Now we got more research to do, I guess. Yeah. What do you live there, Gene? Do you live right on that street? Yeah, we can see it right here on Google Earth. See that? Big streets, yeah. So anyways, before there probably used to be a you know, ravines, and it was probably completely, it could have just been fields here. I mean, you're talking 1935, right? It might not have been packed in that area. I mean, look at that now. It's just like sardines in a can, just packed in. I couldn't stand living in a place like this. Like, would you really want to live right there? You know, just, man. Unreal. Oh, I did forget I was leaving. But I thought it was kind of, you know, cool just to go over that letter again. I was going to leave, though. But thanks for reminding me. I'll get out of here. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the, you know, the show tonight. And, you know, supporting the channel, whatnot. Now I have to go back and find the gotta go back and find the super chat area again, because I don't have it. All right, there we go. There we go.
Thank you to Cindy Lee, Matt Evans, Itzy Boo, Chris Cunningham, Jessica Schubach, Lee D, One Slight Angel, Lee D, Claudia Neubauer, Cindy Lee, Jen H, Suzanne Macula Padre, Zozo, Lee D, Sarah Beth Colagrove, Zozo, Mary Poppins, Sarita, James Crawford, Linda Howell, Zozo, Lee D, Linda Howell, Andrea Jacobs, Gene Fish, Jennifer Rochelle, Yes, Rebecca, Zozo.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, everybody, make sure you wash your hands. Maintain your social distancing, wear a mask, and get the shot when it's available. And then we can all not see our family for 4 more months, just like Joe Biden told us. What a ridiculous speech that was yesterday, everybody. What an embarrassing person. Like, how about, you know what, that's one thing you can say, is at least you felt like there was something happening. Positive. Now it's just gloom and doom. Gloom and doom, everybody. Yeah, all you get from Biden right now is gloom and doom. It's ridiculous. Here's what they're doing. Is they're creating gloom and doom. They want everybody to feel like it's gloom and doom, but not for their incredible work. We're going to come out of the darkness right before the midterm elections. I know, yay! It was all because if anybody believes that shit, you're insane, okay? Nothing they're doing is doing anything. It's ludicrous. Hey, everybody, listen. If you all get your shots and you've had both shots, you still can't even hang out with other people who had their shots at the same time. What a load of crap, okay? It's total bullshit, everybody. Once you get your shot, you're fully vaccinated, you can hang out with other people that have had their shots and are fully vaccinated and not wear your mask at all, okay? That is literally true. All right, so don't listen to let's keep it gloomy and doomy so that we'll have something to achieve, because they really can't get out of the fact that, you might hate Trump all you want, but it's his administration that created all of the vaccines and got them done in a record time, no matter what you were told by anybody, okay? That is a fact. So whenever you think about how quick the vaccines were created, give him the credit for it, because his administration did it. Do not give a shit what they try to tell you, because none of it happened because of Biden. Johnson & Johnson was because of Trump. Moderna, Pfizer, all of those happened because of warp speed, okay? So even if you hate the guy, which I understand why you might not like the guy, that is the truth. So anything else that you hear is just some bullshit spin to try to have something to improve on in this next term. Like, oh yeah, wow, because they're struggling building the narrative on the vaccines, right? So what they're doing is they're trying to create this really gloomy vision so that we're all going to sit around and and then we'll all give credit to him for getting us out at some point, because he has nothing right now. There's nothing the vaccines are working. We're going to have herd immunity here in 2 or 3 more months from the vaccine. So there's nothing it's total crap to say in 4th of July, you can maybe have 4th of July with a few of your friends and your family, but no big gatherings. Okay? That's bullshit. It's just controlling people. The vaccines are going to work. They are working, and it's total crap, okay? Right, you remember that? They wouldn't trust him if they were from Trump, even though they're the same vaccines that he created. Oh, now they're great. They're so awesome. No, he did say that, Rebecca. He did say that. He said just when he did his speech just now, he said, "Yeah, you won't be able to be around other people or anything. It's just in July, really? Give me a break. Come on, just be honest sometimes. Biden is a senile clown. He is just propped up there. He can barely speak. He can barely get a sentence out. And I know that even the people who hated Trump, if you're intellectually honest and you hear him talking, he can barely get a sentence out. He is very mentally challenged at this point. I think they all know that too. Have you ever noticed how they hustle him out? When Trump was president, you'd have people asking questions after he says, "Oh, I'm done." They'd fire off questions and he'd answer all of them. And then he'd finally leave. Okay? When Biden's there and you answer him a question, he does that little stutter walk where he can barely walk, like, like Harvey Korman almost, just kind of walking. And people are rifling questions at him, and he won't turn and answer one. And you got their media person saying, "Okay, everybody, keep on going, hustle him out." Huh? It's kind of scary that you have somebody with that lacking in brain ability running the United States. It's horrible. No, I got the whole speech. It was terrible. He practiced it for days. He could just barely. You want to see a disaster? Watch the State of the Union. It'll be a shockingly. Just the other day, he didn't even know who his defense. He just nominated somebody like his defense secretary, and he's like, the guy that's. What do you mean? You don't even have a sheet of paper to get the name out? Yeah, he's an embarrassment. God damn. Yep. Good night, Dan. What are you talking about? He answered questions all the time. I watched every single press conference every single day because I work from home and I have the TV on. You didn't see any of them, Rebecca, if that's what your answer is. That's a lie, what you just typed in there. Yes, he would. You know why he would attack reporters? Because they would ask him those questions that they weren't really looking for an answer. They would say, now listen, since you're responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, don't you think they were just insane. They were ludicrous questions. Have you seen any questions like that to Biden whatsoever? None. Zero. They don't ask him anything. It's just all nice, happy comments. No, the CDC is saying what you just said. The CDC said that you can actually, if you're fully vaccinated, meaning you've waited the 3 or 4 weeks after your second shot, you can then hang around other people that have had the same thing. And that's why the whole thing about you'll probably have a card that says, yes, I'm fully vaccinated. And you'll be able to hang out with other people that are fully vaccinated. So I think all nurses, doctors, firefighters, cops, everybody that's been vaccinated should be able to go to sporting events like Blazer games. And maybe a really nice gesture would be to allow them to go to the games for free. Maybe they have to buy their Coke and a hot dog. Okay, but allow the doctors and nurses to go to the games for free. All right? Man, just some of this stuff. And look how horrible it turns out that Cuomo, the hero of everybody, what a nightmare that guy was. He's almost skating by with his sexual scandals to avoid the discussion on his nursing home catastrophe. He's responsible for sending people to their deaths, literally putting him in a dangerous place. He's a joke. The whole thing. And they defended him every single day, playing every one of his like CNN would play Cuomo instead of a White House press conference because Cuomo was so great. Oh, couldn't have also been because his brother works there, right? Yeah. So yes, the CDC did say what Rebecca's saying. Biden's not saying that though. They need to paint our situation as getting more and more bleak, even though we're getting vaccinated really quickly. It's more and more bleak and scary, so that he can come in as the knight in shining armor right before the next election. Everybody knows that, right? It's just all politics for all of them. And you know what? You can literally make an argument that Trump didn't care about politics when he was doing what he was doing, because it didn't help him at all. And you know what's crazy is almost everything that he said was true at the time. Like, kids should go back to school. It's not dangerous for school. Ding, 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 ding. He said that for months. And all the left would say was, oh, he's trying to kill the kids. He's making it dangerous for the kids. Look it. Give me a break. That was absolute crap. See, the media spun a picture about a president And his personality, I don't know how to explain it, but they painted a picture that wasn't true for 4 years. Okay? But his personality didn't allow them just to say what they were saying, and then it sort of fed the fuels of the fires. That's one of his problems, right? But why shouldn't he be able to defend himself? Yeah. Yeah. It's just it's so ridiculous what happened. Oh God, really? Wow. The changes he's making. You like all the bullshit he's doing with the books, all that stuff, canceling out I can't believe you could actually say that, Rebecca. So you're okay with the women's sports, transgender females being able to compete with other women. Are you okay with that one? Are you okay with the canceling of Dr. Seuss books and all these other movies that have been around for a long time? Hope you're not okay with that kind of stuff, because that's happening. But yes, we're still buddies. I can't imagine you being excited about any of that, though. I think it's disgusting, is what I think. Oh yeah, and the border. There's another good example. They're using the same facilities that Trump used, but they call them something different. And the reason Trump was using those facilities is because Obama created those facilities for the exact same reason that Trump used them. But when Trump used them, he's doing it like concentration camps. When Biden uses those facilities, it's like Club Med. It's really fun and everybody's having a great time. No, you're totally right. The media is a absolute joke. No, his policies are, Rebecca. Yeah, as soon as he got in. Yeah, that's exactly right. No, it's not the dang media. He has a policy. How about the sports thing that I just brought up? Are you okay with that? I don't want any biological females, anything at all, to be taken from them, from somebody who is a male who, I don't want transgenders to be discriminated against in anything at all except for women's rights. Biological women's rights trump the rights of transgenders to compete against them as another female. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. I think that is a absolutely rational thought, and it shouldn't bother anybody. And I'll tell you what, the media is the biggest problem. I've said it 1,000 times. The hypocrisy of the media is what people hate the most. And it's just the reality of it. And unfortunately, the media, maybe except for Fox News, are completely biased towards one political party and are absolute hypocrites on a daily basis, and it makes people very angry. No, that's not correct, Rebecca. Their muscle structure is different too. You're wrong, okay? You're wrong about that. They'll have an advantage no matter what. See, you don't even know the facts on that one. You're trying to figure out a way to make it work. Just no way, man. No way. Ah, Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. They got rid of the Dr. Seuss books. It's insane, It's insane. And the family probably caved into peer pressure because those books have been around for years. Obama even praised Dr. Seuss and did a whole thing on him. He didn't realize that in a few years, these psychos were going to overanalyze every single aspect of every single thing and completely wipe clean our entire society of anything that was a bit controversial or it wasn't even controversial, but you made it controversial because you're woke, right? No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Rebecca. You're wrong. So, they have different muscle structures. They have an advantage. They shouldn't be able to do it. I think there should be different sports for, maybe transgenders should have their own league, something like that. Or sports is just something that, I'm sorry. You just say, hey, listen, I'm sorry. There'll be no discrimination, but you won't be able to compete. Here's what I always say is this: if you're a transgender female, you should be able to play with any men's sports if you're good enough. If you're a transgender male, you should only be able to compete with men, because with your transgender male, you're taking hormones, which are illegal to compete in women's sports, right? So that's there's an issue there. To me, it's so obvious, and people just seem to want to intentionally ignore it because it makes them feel cool and woke. But in reality, what I just said is completely right. There was just different drawings of different characters in the books. Jen, pretty crazy. Did they ban Disney though, Rebecca? Yeah, I didn't think so. The right cares about freedom of speech. The left doesn't. They care about speech as long as it agrees with what they believe. So they're all for freedom of speech as long as it agrees with what they believe. And that's just another truth. And yet you'll say, that's bullshit, Ray. They just don't want to. Yeah, nope. 100% correct. Anyways, everything just gets really frustrating over time. Nah. What year was that, Rebecca? What year was that? Some of your perception is just is really whacked out. That never happened. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I actually there's this place called Smoke Tree Ranch I've told you guys about. I did a documentary at Smoke Tree Ranch when, I don't know, 15 years ago maybe. And when I was there, it turns out that Walt Disney had a property there. There's only a few people that got to be there. And when he was there, he told everybody, hey, do you guys want to invest in an amusement park? And they go, oh, hell no. Right? Because everybody there was the captain of industry, like Weyerhaeuser. All these people have these little pieces of property. It's the only place that really looks the same as it does now. No, sorry about that, Rebecca. You're incorrect. Never happened. Maybe in 1940 or something? It's so ridiculous. Oh my God. What do you read? Man, you hear a lot of crazy stuff, man. No wonder. Jesus. Here, I'll show you Smoke Tree Ranch on a map. See there? There it is. See, this is in Palm Springs. See how it looks kind of like originally Palm Springs would look like? All of these homes have been there the whole time, right? And they're all one level. But notice right outside of that, you get the really dense populated part. But this little parcel of land here, and they have horses or something right up here, and you can go up in these mountains up here and everything. But in this little ranch, it's a locked gate right there. and I was allowed to go in there, and it was unreal. It was just it was unbelievable how. I have a CD that I made. It actually played in a local theater there in town. It's like an hour and some odd minute long documentary. A lot of music in it. They even have bobcats running around out here. No, there's no there. What year was that? Okay, but we're talking about now, Rebecca. Jesus Christ, nobody's making up anything. We're talking about now. That's 40 years ago. I don't even know anything about that either. I never even heard about it. You know, in the 80s, I was still in grade school and high school. Jesus. Nobody was talking about that in the last 30 years, all right? Yeah, so it's crazy if you go look at one of the original photographs of, you know, the bronze statue of Walt Disney. On his tie, if you zoom in, there's a little STR brand from this ranch right here, because he lived at this ranch. Very few people live there. Like I said, they're all like the captains of industry. Yeah, we're not talking about that one, Jennifer, because that was a long time ago. All right? I'm talking about right now. Nothing's going on like that. Everybody's tried to do stuff like that. Yep. The gay marriage thing, yes, that was something. They tried to have civil unions, not gay marriage, because they thought marriage should be between a man and a woman. So they tried to ban gay marriages, but they weren't banning civil unions, which would afford them all the same rights. They just thought maybe keeping the term marriage would be okay just to keep between a man and a woman. That was what their argument was, okay? And then you have the the gay shows. I remember that was with Ellen, and they also didn't like the show with Murphy Brown for some reason. I can't remember what that reason was. Who knows? But guess what? Those shows stayed on the air. All of them. They just probably were, basically putting their opinion out. Yeah. Yeah, you should go back and check them out later. Yeah. The difference is like the right has their thoughts about things like that, and it's a totally different thing. Right now, every single thing is being canceled if you don't believe or say it exactly how you need to say it. That's what the problem is. It's a very freaky time right now. You have to have this certain woke thoughts in your mind, or you are screwed. I don't care though. I'm just gonna say what I think, and it is what it is. That's all there is to it. And I don't think I'm even saying anything that's controversial. I think it's really obvious. Okay, I think that I don't care what your sexual orientation is, unless you're a pedophile, then I care. I think you're a monster, although pretty soon they'll probably be accepted by the far lefties as being, they were born that way, so they'll be added to the list. But I think that nobody should be discriminated against for your sexual preference, that kind of thing. And if whatever your identity is, either, okay? Or it's not a sexuality thing. It's just your identity. That's what's kind of weird. It's not. So here's the thing: it's like Bruce Jenner is a transgender lesbian, right? Because he still is attracted to females, but now he's a female, right? So you shouldn't be discriminated against. except when it has something to do with sports. Okay? If there is a woman who gets out-competed for a position on a basketball team, for example, or maybe even a scholarship by a transgender female, I think that is it's a horrendous road to go down, because women have worked so hard to get to where, the whole equality thing, voting, they kick ass in business now. I feel like it's really equal. The only thing that's not equal is physical strength, right? Like if you took the average female against the average guy, they're not as strong. So that's why that's the only thing that's not fair. You can't take a person that's a guy who's claiming to be a female and now is competing against the other female. It just makes total sense. Yeah. Well, what is that supposed to tell us, Dan? Liberals and conservatives joining in disagreement. Everybody's so far apart right now. There is no middle hardly. It's just boom, boom, forget it. It used to be people could work together, and I think women should be the first people out there protesting about this. I really do. I mean, if you want your daughter's scholarships in jeopardy in high school, because what are you going to do if you're a team? There's a team down the road that has 3 transgender athletes, and they're really good players, and they're transgender females on a team, and maybe a couple other girls, and then they can just kick ass. They're like 42-0, and your team is just all females, and literally biological females. And the only way that you can compete now is to figure out how you can find other transgender females to be on your team to compete with that other team. And over time, it's really going to be horrendous. No, but I don't know. But no, here's the thing, Dan, is liberals value free speech as long as you agree with them. Conservatives just want people to be able to say what you want to say, and that's it. Nobody's trying to ban anything, right? Just be able to say what you want to say. But the difference is they don't care if you disagree. That's the thing. They'll just kind of keep debating with you. They don't cancel you. They're not the ones that, when you disagree, they make you're not a friend anymore. All right? Luckily, on this channel, some of the Democrats and liberals, they don't do that part. But it does happen, and it's really... I don't know. Yeah, just be a cat fight, Zozo. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Anyways, I hope that issue is resolved soon. I think it's really devastating. It could become devastating. It isn't necessarily now, except for the MMA fighter that beat the shit out of the actual biological women he was fighting, and the track athletes in one of these states that just blows away the females that are trying to compete. And so, in that case, I would say it's not really that fair. But I wouldn't say more. I'd say some, yeah. Yeah, I'd say there's a lot more conservatives upset than liberals. But yeah, there are liberals that are upset about it, because they see it like, wow, this sucks. But they're the ones that voted it in, so that's what's going to happen. Voting in Biden opened the door for the woke culture is that's what we voted for, everybody. Here we go. You know? And that's the truth, unfortunately. And so that's why it's getting really nuts right here. Well, I mean, what Dan's saying, liberals are pretty left. They're far left, you know. You know, that's what it is. They might not be the radical ones like, you know, Antifa or, you know, anarchist levels. But what's weird is far right and far left are hitting each other on the end of the circle. Yeah, I've actually, you know what, you want to hear something crazy? I've had a few, like Democrats that voted for Biden message me and say, God, I made a mistake. I was like, oh man, you figured it out now? Gee, yeah. This is the stuff everybody was trying to tell you was coming. Yeah. I thought it was funny, though. Yeah. I mean, the thing is I'm probably perceived as some far-right person, but I'm not really at all. I'm trying to tell you what I see, because I understand why people wouldn't want to vote for Trump or any of that stuff. And I think my positions are very reasonable. They're not really wacko hard, you know, like, whoa, gee. You know, I'm not a conspiracy person. I tell you guys to do your shots. You know, the whole thing, all the way through. I think I'm a reasonable, rational thinker on all this stuff, you know. Yeah. Yeah, imagine if Bruce Jenner in 80 or 84, whatever the hell that was, if he had said, you know what, I'm actually a female, and then you got to compete in the heptathlon. He would have won that by 4,000 points, at least. Man, are you guys still there? Nobody's commenting. Tell me one of my thoughts that you think is hard right. Like, wow, that's what one of those crazed righties would say. Go ahead. You know what's weird is my other chat window was just froze a long time ago. Well, looks like you guys are all gone, so I'm going to take off. All right, everybody, thank you very much. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. Oops. This whole time. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gragel's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking checked ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later. I gotta see if I can catch that audio. Come on, do it! No, I totally agree with what Jay just wrote there. That's exactly right. You know, like the ACLU, they would fight for anybody, but now they pick a side. They don't fight for anything. They should be the first people out there right now defending those books, defending all of that stuff, right? Shouldn't they? Shouldn't the ACLU, of all people, be out there defending the Dr. Seuss books, defending every single thing? But they're not doing that. And the reason they don't do that is because they are a political organization now, and they also are part of the people who left. Exactly. He said, there are liberals who don't realize that the party left them 5 years ago. Liberals used to fight for freedom, equality, and love. Now the left, they dislike freedom, love to control, want big government, and are literally segregating by race. 100% accurate. 100%. It literally is true. Have you seen what's going on right here? But this whole thing that's going on in the media and everything, it's unreal. There are a lot of struggling people of all races out there, and a lot of them are being ignored, and it's really strange. I don't know I don't know how to talk about that. It's just one of those things where, wow, all of a sudden now it's, if you don't just do one thing, you're toast. Who was teasing us? I don't even know what that means. Oh yeah, well I was getting off of here, but since Jay made that comment, I had to come on and read it because it was a good one. So absolutely accurate there. Unfortunately, if you're on the left or a Democrat, you won't agree with what you wrote because they can't. But in reality, it's true. If you are somebody that's just sort of a center-left Democrat, like maybe a Joe Manchin type, you'll see that everything he said here is true. Absolute control they're trying to get of your speech so that everything fits a narrative and a flow of how they want society to be. If you don't say exactly what fits into that, you're really bad. It's creepy. Okay, I'm going to do it again. All right, thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. Here we go. And I'm on late, too, when you get off of work. One more time. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector.
That's right, Trudy. That's right, Trudy.
I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
All right, man, that was cool. That was a cool show, Gray.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a little bit slow in the middle there for a while there. But yes, you'll be able to see the first half of the Cleveland torso murders, or better known as the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, Pretty crazy story. We got more to do tomorrow. Hopefully we'll zoom right through that. And after that we can talk about other theories and different things that are out there. Maybe get a little more into the Eliot Ness aspect of it all. All right, everybody? So thank you very much. And be safe out there, everybody.
Yeah, be safe, okay? God, you guys are so mean to Gray sometimes.
What do you mean they're mean to me?
Well, you know, well, I don't know. I just thought I'd say that, you know.
To do what? What are you trying to get at?
Never mind, Gray, gee.
Damn right, never mind. Damn right. Where the hell is the music? I gotta try to find the... There it is.
I sit back with his brand new invention, something that'll hold a new tightly, flows like a harpoon, really and rightly. Will it ever stop, yo? I don't know. Turn off the lights, they all glow. To the extreme, I rock the mic like a vandal. Light up the stage, I put the top like a candle. Dance, while the speakers are boom, killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, when I play a dope melody, anything less is the best is the felony. Love it or leave it, better get way. Beat a hit, moves like a kid don't play. What's the problem? Yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook on my DJ revolves it.
DJ revolves it? What is he revolving?
The record player, man, the record player.
Oh, a record. But why would he have to revolve it?
Oh, boy. Jumping with the bass kicked in and the fingers all pumping. Quick to the point, cause the point don't fake it. Hooking MCs like a pound of bacon. Burning up, being quick and nimble. I go crazy when I hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo. I'm on a roll, time to go solo. Rolling in my 5.0 with my rag top down so my hair can blow. The girl is on standby, waiting to say hi. Get your stop now, just profile, kept on. Close to one to the next stop. I bought the left, I'm ahead of the next block. The block is dead, y'all, so I continue to A1A.
Detroit Avenue!
Reminiscent in bikinis, rockman lovers, driving Lamborghinis, jealous, cause I'm not getting mine. Shade was a gate and vanilla was a 9. Gunshots ranged out like a bill. Like really 9 out of heard the shells falling on the concrete real fast. Jumping my car, slammed on the gas. Bumper, avenues cracked. Time to get away from the jacker's jack. Police on the scene, you know what I mean? Wrap me up in front of the dope fiend. Said there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook on my DJ Republic.
Alright!
Hey, see you later, Jay!
Good to see you, Jay. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hello? Anybody there? for the bass sound. I'll never shake holes in the ground, cause I sound like a chemical spill. These are rhymes you can listen and feel. Conducted in form is just a hell of a concept. You make a hike, then you want us to breakfast. Shape plays on the face, slice like a ninja, cut like a razor blade so fast. Or did you just say gram of a rhyme to a drug? I'd sell it by the gram. Keep my composure while it's time to get loose. By the prize by the mic while I kick my juice. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook where my DJ revolves it.
Alright, Mary Lou! Word to your mother.
Wow, that was a great part there you had there, John Boy. Word to your mother, Jesus.
Well, that's all you left me. That's all I got to do. Jeez, Mary Lou, you're so mean to me.
Well, too bad, John Boy. Hello? 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 Anybody there?
Yes, Mary Lou. We're just trying to end the show. Is that okay?
Gosh, I wanted to hang out longer. Gee, Gray. You're so mean.
Hey, that was a pretty good cry that time.
Hey, thanks, Gray.
No problem.